get started here in a minute as everybody takes their seats. Obviously, welcome to our City Council. This is our mid-year budget retreat. I'm going to start with a few sort of orientation remarks so we all know what is going to happen over the next few hours. Thank you to everyone who helped set up the food, the coffee, the PowerPoint presentations, the microphones, appreciate that. And happy Valentine's Eve. I'm not going to say it's Friday the 13th, it's Valentine's Day Eve. Really looking forward to our discussion today. And I do want to just underscore that today is a mid-year budget report, and you'll hear a lot of numbers, and you'll hear from me and members of my team about how we are investing those dollars. But this is part of an ongoing conversation that we have about our investments, about how we spend city tax dollars, and that conversation and dialogue is happening continuously throughout the year between council members and members of the administration, between our constituents and all of us, and you are the elected officials who serve to represent the needs of the city, so your input is very essential to the whole process. So also, we hear from people all the time about needs and challenges and priorities they have, and there's no shortage of needs, there's no shortage of good ideas. So that's one thing I have learned, the importance of focus and importance of spending city tax dollars, focusing on things only the city can do. And I think this recent experience we had with severe weather was a good example. There are no nonprofits that are out plowing the roads or brining the streets. That's something only the city of Knoxville does. And I've said it publicly before, and I don't want to, be redundant, but I'm really proud of our team, our public service crews, our fleet, our engineering, and the whole, everyone who helped stand up and operate the EOCs did a great job. And while we don't want to have severe weather, it is always good to see that we do know how to handle it. And I don't know about you, but I got pretty good positive feedback on a lot of the city's efforts, so I was pleased with that. Thank you to members of the media who are here. I think there's a few here, and we're really glad that I think this is also being recorded by Knoxville Community Media, so anyone who wants to view it later can watch the whole thing from start to finish. In addition to the media coverage, we want to be transparent in all of our budget documents and adopted budgets and proposed budgets, and these documents are all up on the city webpage. Just so you have a lot of papers in front of you. This is to take home and read at your leisure. It's a lot of numbers and spreadsheets and so forth. And this is just a copy of what the slide presentation that we're going to share today. And I also have a little gift for you, which we'll talk about after lunch. So don't open that yet. I want to just share. It's a book, and there's no surprise about what it is. It's not chocolate. Sorry, I maybe should have that, but we'll talk about that a little later. So just today's part of, we do have, in addition to the ongoing discussion about budget and investments, we do have a formal set of things. So today's our mid-year budget report. We have budget hearings. We have legislative budget hearings. We have one-on-one meetings with me and members of council. So a couple things that for those of you, the four of you who are returning, you'll recognize are new is, hopefully you all participated in the word exercise. What's one word or the first word that you think of when you make decisions? So we'll share the results of that later today. And also, I have found that sometimes it's nice during a long day of sitting and listening to have a video break. So the comms team has put together a little, 2 minutes? Three-minute video break later on today. So to me, that was helpful, particularly since, the majority of you are new to this role. It will sort of showcase some of council's and the city's work in recent years, so we know what we're building on and always looking to improve and that sort of thing. So this morning we're going to start out with Boyce and Kitron talking about Budget 101, where we are and the projections into the next year. And then following that, I'll lead a discussion with some members of my cabinet talking about key investment areas. This will not be like every director of every department giving a presentation. That ends up being a little long and tedious, so it'll be an overview. And in one day, as you know, we're not going to be able to cover every single topic. So anything that we have questions about that we don't have answers for today, we'll get back to you. And you also have some upcoming orientations and workshops planned that can delve into the details. So we'll use those opportunities to get into more details about some things. We'll have some built-in breaks, and we will have a working lunch where we have a little bit of break, but then come back to the table. In part, we have a last-minute opportunity. Pete DeBusk, who's a very charismatic and decisive person, came to us yesterday and invited us all to come see some of the amazing work that they're doing at the dental clinic at LMU. And that is something I thought we'd say yes to. He's invested over $50 million at that site and provided the first dental school on this side of the state that's ever existed, and I think it's a real positive. So we will try to conclude by 1:30, and everyone's invited. And I'll give you a schedule of what that is. So we'll try to close things off here at 1:30. Again, just part of the ongoing conversation. Anything that we need to continue discussing, we will. So we're excited to see the work. One of the things he's going to showcase tonight to anyone who's able to come is the free dental services they provide to needy families, especially children. I think they have a good partnership with Knox County Schools. So I'm going to turn things over to Boyce Evans and Kitron Smith and their team of analysts. They do amazing, award-winning work, which I never want to take for granted. They're going to showcase a little bit of that strong track record of success. Our directors, deputy directors, all the city leaders are here in the room with us today. And so we appreciate everyone's contributions to making our city run so well. And I know Boyce is going to say this, but in case we don't want to miss the forest for the trees as we get into this budget discussion, so I'll start by saying the city's in sound fiscal condition, right, Boyce? We've got to always stay focused and stay fiscally responsible and be good stewards of taxpayer dollars, and we do have that. We have proper reserves, and Boyce and Kitron and the team are gonna get into that in much greater detail. So I'll turn it over to Boyce Evans. Thanks for all your hard work.
Yes, ma'am.
The floor is yours.
My name is Boyce Evans. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the city. And I've got with me some key people from staff here. I've got the Deputy CFO, Ms. Kitron Smith. She'll be doing a part of this briefing. One thing you may not know is she is in charge of both of our Treasury Division and our Accounting Division. And so she's a very busy person. In addition to answering questions for me and helping me out with things, she runs 2 full-strength divisions. Also got with us Miss Penny Owens. Raise your hand, Penny. She's in charge of, she's a purchasing agent in charge of the purchasing division. They handle all the procurements for the city. And have got Miss Donna Dyer from Revenue Administrator. She's in charge of the Revenue Division. We also have us with us, not part of the Finance Department, but there's kind of a relationship there. Miss Christy Pekowski. Christy, raise your hand. She's the Executive Director of the Pension Board, and she has a part in this briefing as well. And then if I could, everybody in the back that's in finance, raise your hands. All right, there they go. They're not raising them very high. But anyway, these folks here and many others are the ones that every year put together the budgets, they put together the audit, they do all the reporting that we got to do, and they just keep the city running. So if we could, let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you. And you should have in front of you the mid-year report, which looks like, grab Councilman Honeycutt's right here, looks like this, and then a copy of the slides that I'm about to go over. A full copy of those. So the purpose of this, of mine and Kitron's portion of the discussion this morning, is really threefold. One, to tell you where we stand financially at the midpoint of the FY that we're in, FY 26. which ended on December 31st, about 6 weeks ago now. Secondly, is to tell you where we believe we are going to end up the fiscal year as far as projections go. And then thirdly, and this is the part that I'll wade into the most, is describing the key factors that we have to look at as we prepare the upcoming budget. We're already beginning to prepare it, but there's a long way to go, and there's certain things that we've got to look at. And for the agenda today, this is it right here. I'm not going to read it to you, but suffice to say, Kitron's going to take most of this stuff in here. Ms. Bukowski will pick up the pension fund. Kitron will jump back in on the market-driven source of revenue, and I'll drive it home from right here. I tried to get Kitron to do it all this year, but I failed in my endeavor. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Kitron Smith, the Deputy CFO, and she's going to take you through a portion. And if you got questions, please ask questions, particularly if, well, not just if you're new, but if you got questions, ask questions.
Thank you, Boyce. So welcome, especially to our 5 new council members. Welcome to your very first budget retreat. I thought I would just kind of take us back to basics and go over the 4 and go over the 4 publications that the Finance Department does produce annually. Also, as the mayor has also said, that all of these books are available online on the city's website, as well as many archived years as well. We will start with the proposed budget, and I just brought a copy of that. That's this thicker book here. It's our proposed budget for this year. The work for that and the process for our proposed budget starts in December, and that begins with capital planning. We then move on to the evaluation of the city's operational needs. The administration, the mayor, meets with council members, department directors. We start to pull the numbers together, kind of finalize the budget, and the mayor actually presents that proposed budget as her State of the City address, and that happens in April. We then have a 4-week feedback period, and during that time, there will be legislative hearings. Boyce and I are available to answer any questions that you may have. Our proposed budget is voted on twice, with the second reading being in late May. Once it's approved by council, it then becomes our adopted budget. We then create a second book. This is another big book. And it's called our adopted budget. And we actually create that book for the submission to GFOA, which is the Government Finance Officers Association. And we submit it for an award called the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. And it's important to note that the city has won that award for 38 years running. At that point, thank you. At that point, we begin a new fiscal year. The new budget is enacted. We go through and we come close to about where we are now, which is midway through the year. And we create what is called a mid-year report, and that's been referred to a couple different times here. As Boyce said, the point of this book is really, it's a 6-month snapshot of where we are. Where are we to budget? We're halfway through the year. Are we where we thought we were going to be? Has anything happened that we didn't expect to happen? And also we then project to where we think we're going to end at the end of the fiscal year. You're going to get a lot of information today, but if after the fact you find yourself flipping through this book and you have questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to Boyce and I, and we can answer any questions you may have. We then move on. We finish the fiscal year, and we start to begin thinking and getting ready, I should say, for our audit. In our audit, we create what's called an ACFR, and that, for the creation of our ACFR, we contract with an outside auditing firm, and our current auditing firm is Crossland. The audit committee and Savannah, our internal auditor, is involved in that auditing process. It's a process that takes about 4 months. Once that process is concluded and our ACFR is completed, we also upload that to the state for approval. And then we also submit it to GFOA for a second award, and that award is the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Finance and Reporting. And it's also to note, we've been earning that award for 39 years running as well. Thank you. Now we will move on to the adopted budget. Our adopted budget has 7 major funds, and I'm going to go through each of them and kind of explain the purpose of them and talk about the balance of those for this current year's budget. We will start with the general fund, which is our chief operating fund. It is the largest fund of the city. As you can see here, it makes up 53% of our budget. And our general fund this year comes in at a little over $323 million. Most of the departments in the city are housed in our general fund, including our largest departments of our police department, our fire department, public works, as well as our parks and recs department. We'll then move on to the second largest, which is our enterprise funds. And our enterprise funds, the categorization of an enterprise fund is basically they're intended to work like a business, generating revenue to support their operation. And our enterprise funds, and let me just say an example of that would be our metro parking, which is all of our garages and our on-street parking downtown. Another example of that is CAT, mass transit, our municipal golf courses, and our public facilities, our Coliseum and the convention center. Our enterprise funds come in at $92.7 million this year, and they're making up 15% of our budget. Then we have our internal service funds. In the simplest terms, the work done by the department in our internal service funds support the operation of all of the departments. I think the best example of this is our fleet department. For instance, our fleet department purchases a police cruiser. They then lease that police cruiser to our police department. The police department then pays monthly lease charges back to our fleet department and those charges are based on the depreciation of that vehicle. The fleet department is then building up a reserve for the replacement of that vehicle once it's come to the end of its useful life. The point, I should say, by doing this, the city is kind of able to smooth out the peaks and valleys of our funding needs of these type of assets.
Yeah,
So our
Katrin,
internal-
I'll just say that occasionally I'll see a headline where a city is like, oh, we have to, add to the budget 200 emergency vehicles, and it's bumpy, not smooth. So having that reserve, the way finance has made that happen is much easier for budgeting and predictability. So I'm glad we do that.
Thank you. Our internal service funds make up our third largest funds in the budget. They're coming in at 12% at a little over $73.4 million. Next, we have our special revenue funds, and they are just as they sound. They are a particular revenue source that must be used for a particular purpose. An example of this is our inspections group, Peter's group. The fees that they charge, the revenue that we receive from those fees go right back into the inspections department for the support of their operation. Another example of that would be a particular revenue source that we may be receiving from the state, specifically our state street aid or our gas tax. The state requires that we spend that on road-related activities only. So our special revenue funds make up 8% of our budget this year, coming in at $49.4 million. Then we have our capital projects fund. Through our budgeting process, we do appropriate money, we appropriate monies for our capital budget. Those monies go into our capital projects fund, and then that money is spent out of that fund over the life of the project. For this year, that makes up 6% of our budget, coming in at $35.9 million. $35.9 million. Next, we have our debt service fund. Each year, we put aside monies for the payment of our annual debt service, as well as monies to pay for our TIF payments. This year, our debt service fund comes in at 4% of the budget, a little over $26.2 million. And later in some future slides, I'll talk a little bit more about our debt portfolio, and our annual debt service payments as well. And then lastly, we have our affordable housing fund. It is the smallest of our 7 major funds, coming in at 1% of our budget. And it is right at $5.9, almost $5.6 million. And this fund was established in 2021 to support the city's affordable housing initiatives. Councilwoman Fugit was very involved with that process, and she's very familiar with this fund. Through this fund, we are able to support our large affordable housing initiatives, one of them being the transforming of Western. Also this year, we have money appropriated to permanent supportive housing and our affordable rental development. Total, our FY26 budget comes to $606,734,380. Any questions in regards to our 7 major funds before I move on? Okay. Now we will look at our general fund balance. And our general fund balance is broken down into 5 categories. We'll start with the top one there, our non-spendable. And our non-spendable category really are our non-cash assets, our inventories, our prepaid items. You may not be aware, but our public service department has a warehouse, and so those inventories can be housed here. And our non-spendable balance at the end of FY25, the beginning of our current fiscal year, was $580,000. We then move on to our restricted category, and the monies in our restricted categories are restricted by law or ordinance or a third party. An example of that might be grant funding or bond proceeds if we were to have that in this fund. And right now, our restricted balance is $571,000. Then we move on to our committed category, and our committed category is right at $70.1 million. This is where we house our 20% stabilization account and our additional 1% contingency. Next, we have the assigned category. Yes, ma'am. We are.
If you could turn your microphone on
just
so
a little bit.
the community media can hear you. Just the stabilization account and
Yeah.
the assigned. There's a little
okay.
button.
Okay, there you go. It's not big.
It's,
Yes. Yes.
just the legalities and decision
Yeah,
making
I
behind
was just
that.
saying, since this is kind of new, stabilization account, it may not be common to everyone that's on council now. If you could explain the purpose of that.
Yes, and I'll go into this a little bit further. But the purpose of the stabilization count, the 1% reserve, and in addition, our 5% assigned for best practices, ultimately, these stabilization accounts are to be used in a time of crisis to protect us from the unknown. Should we have some type of major incident that we need immediate funding for, we have these reserves set aside. So that's really what that is about.
And we all experienced that during the pandemic. We didn't have to lay anybody off. We
Yes.
didn't close the city for a single day because I knew even if the economy tanked, which it didn't end up tanking, we would still be able to pay our people and provide these services for some amount of time.
Correct.
Because of the stabilization account.
Yes. So as mentioned, that that was established by resolution, and our balance there is $70.1 million. We then go.
Could I add one clarification?
Yes.
Just that stabilization account is in our charter established by city council, and the best practices is a administrative policy.
That's right.
Correct.
So just wanted to clarify
The
that.
20% stabilization account is 20% the equivalent of the general fund, and that was voted on by council many years ago in a resolution that we have one like that. And the 1% is, I think that's in the charter. If not, it's by an ordinance that we set aside the equivalent of 1% of our general fund every year and have that, and they'll both go into committed. So that's, you mentioned the legalities, that's why I wanted to.
Well, just to
assist.
clarify, one is an administrative policy.
Affirmative, yes, ma'am. The
Right.
5% assigned best practices the Kitchen's about to jump into is, that has been recommended by, well, not just our financial advisors, but other financial advisors, because they want you, as Kitchen explained, to have the equivalent of 25% of your general fund set aside in case you get in trouble and you need it. It gives you the flexibility. So that's where that, yes, that is a, actually, that's a policy in the finance department that we adopted 4 or 5, when my predecessor was the CFO, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, and so we'll move on to our assigned category. As Boyce mentioned, yes, our 5% reserve of the general fund budget is housed there, but in addition to that, it is also the balance of our encumbrances that roll over from year to year. That's also housed there as well. As Boyce alluded to, it is recommended that we maintain an amount equal to at least 25% of our budget in our reserves to protect our bond ratings, I should say for the insurance of our bond ratings. And I'll talk a little bit more about our bond ratings in the next couple of slides, but we demonstrate those reserves between our committed and our assigned categories. And then lastly, we have our unassigned category of fund balance, and that is money that is available to us to spend if we need it. And for this year, our unassigned fund balance, I should say, in the general fund is $35.2 million, bringing our total fund balance in the general fund to $140.4 million. Any additional questions about that before I move on? Okay. Now we'll talk about our debt portfolio. Currently, the city is carrying $114 million of debt. I think it's important to note, and you may not be aware, in July of the very first month of this fiscal year, we made a $25 million lump sum payment on our convention center debt, and that's the debt there in green. That large lump sum payment did two things for us. It enabled us to lower our annual debt service payments by $4 million, as well as save us $30 million over the life of the debt. So we'll start by looking at the orange section. That's our largest section of debt in our portfolio. And that debt was taken out for the historical St. Mary's, our safety complex. And the balance of that right now is at $60 million, and it's making up 53% of our portfolio. We'll then move to the green. And again, as I mentioned, our convention center debt, after that $25 million debt service payment, we are now at $34 million balance, and it's now making up 30% of our debt portfolio. The gray section there, it's titled Refunding of Series 2024. That actually was a refinancing of bonds that we took out in 2024. And just as a side note, the majority of that debt was taken out for the construction of the building that we're in, our public works building here. And that's, again, making up 13% of our portfolio. And then lastly, we have our street lights with a balance of just $5 million, or 4% of our debt portfolio. And at that point, we took out, and this was in 2018, we took out $16.7 million for the retrofitting of our street lights here in the city of Knoxville. A point and note I would like to say also, if you, from June of 2024, which is the end of that fiscal year, to July of 2025, so 1 month, 13 months, we actually paid, we reduced our debt portfolio by $36 million.
Yeah, and I'll just say that the city has had a great track record of strategically borrowing money when interest rates are low and refinancing when interest rates are low. So that has helped save the city a lot of money. We did a big refinance in the most recent one, I remember interest rates were really low.
That was 2021.
2021. So that has been really helpful because they're not so low right now. Thanks.
Next, as I mentioned, we will talk about our annual debt service payments. And these are the scheduled debt service payments that we make every year for all of the debt that we have issued. We have two categories here. We have our GO debt, which is our general obligation debt, and in the green we have our enterprise debt. And the enterprise debt is just purely the debt on our convention center. So the point here is really just to show that our annual debt service payments are decreasing over time. In '24, we paid a total of $14.2 million in annual debt service payments. In '25, we paid a total of 11.59, or almost 11.6. And then this year, again, we've made that 25 lump sum payment in the beginning of the fiscal year, but by the end, for this fiscal year, in regards to just our annual debt service payments, we were going to be paying out 9.8, almost $9.9 million. I think the key takeaway here, again, for just this fiscal year, we've already paid a $25 million debt service payment, and by the end of this year, we will have paid a total of $34.9 million in just this one fiscal year. So now that we've talked about our debt, we've talked about our debt portfolio, we've talked about our annual debt service payments, you might be asking the question, well, all that sounds great, but how do we really stack up to other cities here in Tennessee? So what we've done is we've taken a look at our population sister cities, and that is cities here in Tennessee that are comparable to us by population as an attempt to compare apples to apples. And so the three cities that we chose were Murfreesboro, Chattanooga, and Clarksville. And so we're going to look at two debt metrics to do that. And the very first on top, that is our debt per capita. And as you can see, Knoxville is coming in the lowest of all four cities here, with us at $544 per person. The next being Clarksville at $672 per person, and the highest there being Murfreesboro at $1,730. Now, if you look over to the side, we did include information on Memphis and Nashville, not that they're necessarily comparable to us in size, but just to give you a frame of reference of their debt per capita.
And Kitchen, I'll just add, for context, since we're all also Knox County taxpayers, we're really good fiscal stewards, and I'm proud of that. And Knox County rough debt per capita is closer to $1,800 per person, and ours is $644 and shrinking. The previous thing is our debt payments are going down. So I just think I want everyone to know we're taking good care of our taxpayer dollars and being really responsible compared to peer entities around the state and here locally.
Yeah. I'll also add that we are also well below Moody's median for AAA rated cities, and we are rated AAA, and I'll talk a little bit more about that on the next slide. The last piece that we'll look at here at the bottom is the debt outstanding to the general fund revenues. And for here in Knoxville, again, same sister cities we're comparing ourselves to, we are at 33.5%. The next highest in this category is Chattanooga at 41.5%. And then again, if we look at Murfreesboro, they are the highest, over 100% at 111.8. Again, note over to the side, if you can look at Memphis and Nashville, they're over double of that. I think over the key takeaway from this, as we've been talking about our debt, I really think, the city has done a really good job at managing our debt, and I think it's not only evident in just the numbers, but also when you compare us to other sister cities here in Tennessee. And then, as I had mentioned, our bond ratings. Our current bond ratings with Fitch is a AAA. With Moody's, we're a AA1, and with S&P, we are a AAA as well. The city's bond ratings basically is our credit rating. And it's important to note that we are rated every time we issue debt. And if we aren't issuing debt, we are still reaffirmed every couple years. This was last done in the summer of '24 by Fitch. And for those of you that just may not be familiar, the rating agency's job is to ensure the credit quality of a local government. And this is done by them evaluating a couple of different metrics. And there are kind of three main categories that the rating agencies will look at. The first of them are financial metrics and ratios. I just talked earlier about 2 debt ratios that we looked at as we were comparing ourselves to other sister cities and how Knoxville stands with those. But another one is our debt service coverage ratio. And that really is, are we able to make our debt service payments with operating income? Essentially, are we robbing Peter to pay Paul? Can we make our debt service payments and cover all of our operating costs at the same time? Or are we only able to do one at a time, and so we're kind of robbing Peter to pay Paul? The answer to that is no. And the answer to that is just no. So the second category that they look at are our reserves. And as I mentioned earlier, the city does carry healthy reserves. We are carrying that recommended 25%. In addition to that 25%, we also are carrying a decent unassigned fund balance as well. So we do demonstrate that we do have healthy reserves here in Knoxville. And then lastly, and this is kind of a newer category the rating agencies are looking at, and that is the city's demographic and economic factors. The rating agencies are putting a much more emphasis on these 2 factors. And we kind of experienced that in our rating our rating with Finch as they reaffirmed us. They really took a very hard look at 3 things: median household income, the unemployment rate, and the educational attainment of adults here in Knoxville. And I think it's important to note that we as city government, we don't control those 3 things, but they carry a lot of weight in our ratings. I will say that at that time with Finch in '24, there was a lot of back and forth with Fitch and our financial advisors, PFM. And we really, but ultimately between that back and forth, there were calls. They ultimately considered us to be the economic hub of the region. And so we fared out very well in that. But I will say one of our sister cities here in Tennessee, Chattanooga, during that process, they were actually downgraded this year because they didn't fare as well in this category as we did.
I'll just put in a commendation, I was really grateful for PFM's assistance in that. They understand how to communicate what the ratings agencies are looking for. And like Kitron said, we don't have any control over the educational attainment, median income, those sorts of factors. That's not a matter of budget discipline or stewardship. But she helped make the case that we're serving the whole region. The people come here to work, to visit, and so our economy is based on not just the people living in Knoxville, but all the people that participate in our city in many ways. So that's going to maintaining that high bond rating will save us I don't know millions of dollars, yes, perhaps. So PFM's help has been very valuable.
Yeah. I would just say in conclusion, the the rating agencies aren't just looking at the financial position of a city. They really are evaluating the health and the well-being. And as the mayor said, I think this really stresses the importance of growing opportunities here in Knoxville and the job market. I will turn this over to Boyce.
Thanks, Kitron. I want to spend a little bit of time here talking about where the money comes from and where it goes in regard to the general fund, and I'm going to go into a little detail on some of these. First off, this is for the current budget that we're in, FY '26. And one of the big takeaways from this is you can see property tax right here is the biggest and most stable portion of the revenue, making up 47%, almost 151 million. And that is based on 2.1556 per $100 of assessed value. That's our current tax rate. And the only way that that grows, I'll talk to in later slides, is through what's called real growth. And we'll talk more about that in a bit. The next piece is local option sales tax. And if you remember, that is not anything you buy. There are exceptions. But if you buy something in the confines of the city of Knoxville, in the city limits, then there is 2.25% charged on that, and that goes into local option sales tax. That then, as long as it's up to $1,600, if it gets above $1,600, it doesn't count, that doesn't apply. As long as it goes up $1,600. That then goes up to the state, and then it comes back down to the county. The county maintains 72% of that total, and we get 28% of that. And I've got a slide that breaks that out specifically. And that 72% that they get goes to support Knox County schools. That's what that's for. So if anybody ever even implies that we don't do a good job on supporting the schools, that is not accurate. We multi-millions go into that from the city. So that is.
Sorry, Boyce, I had
I'm
to
sorry?
say, I'm
Yes, ma'am.
sorry, more than required by law.
That is
The city
correct.
gives more than required.
22% more than is required. What's required by law is 50%. But the way ours has been set up over the years, we ended up providing, I think it's 22% more, which comes to, I want to say like
53 million extra per year
53 million
and
more
growing.
per year. And I got a separate slide that'll speak to that. But again, $70.7 million is what we're looking at for FY '26. It's growing some, but it's slowed from the hyper growth we used to have, 22% of the pie. And frankly, this one's kind of a hard one to predict. It's property tax, that's not that hard. This one's kind of tough because it depends on consumer resilience. And thankfully, we've had a lot of consumer resilience for a while now. The other one is the KUB payment in lieu of taxes. Now, KUB, like other utility entities throughout the state, they do not pay property taxes. They pay taxes for where they're located, like here in the city of Knoxville, based on the amount of revenue that they bring in from the sale of their utilities, water, electricity, so forth and so on. That's where the biggest piece of that comes from. They also have a lot of machinery and infrastructure that they use to generate those utilities, and that comes into play as well. But suffice it to say, it's pretty good, it's a nice chunk. It's $24 million, right at 7% of the total pie. And I think we're looking at getting about 1.7 million more for this year than we did last year from the KUB pilot.
Boyce, I'll just add that the KUB pilot is not something we have any jurisdiction over. That's all a
No.
function of state law.
That's
We're glad
correct.
to have it. We have, but we don't get to set the rates or make the decisions on that.
I always look forward to the email every year I get from the CFO at KUB telling us how much it's going to be because it's usually up. So anyway, then we got a category called other taxes, simply because it has a lot of things in it. But I've listed some of the bigger ones out here, and Kittredge's going to talk about those in a bit individually. But beer and mixed drink taxes, wholesale liquor inspection fees, business taxes, cable TV franchise fees. Anyway, and there's a bunch more that would go all the way down there. That makes up 37.5 million, which is 12% of the total. And then we have state shared sales tax, okay? Well, what does that mean? You know, local option sales tax, we get that 2.25% on the sales of things within the confines of the city of Knoxville. Well, the state charges 7% in sales tax, and they don't have a $1,600 limit. It's just whatever it is, you're paying 7% in sales tax. And that all goes up to the state, and then the state, through whatever calculation they use, remits a certain part of that back to local governments. Our piece is just about like the KUB pilot, rounded, it's 24 million or 7% of the total. I will tell you, and you'll see it on a further slide, that the state shared sales tax is, it's kind of, okay, it's growing, but it's not growing much. It's what we call relatively flat.
Boyce, I'll just add that for many years, many years ago, in the early 2000s, the state took some of the part that they would return to municipalities across the state. They grabbed that, and they said, oh, we're just going to keep it a couple years, you know, to get through this crisis. And they've never restored that. So every year, the Tennessee Municipal League, municipalities all across the state, has been asking and pushing, you know, really rural municipalities and bigger cities to restore that just to where it was back in 2004, the percentage. And, you know, even an incremental approach, whatever, but it hasn't happened yet. But we would love to get back to the levels that they used to provide back to cities, because we are the economic engines of the whole state. And we also bear, you know, more of the wear and tear on infrastructure and public services because of that. So we'll keep asking, and, you know, I just wanted to let you know that there used to be more.
Yes, ma'am. And then we have two smaller portions of the pie. One of them's intergovernmental, 2% or 6.8 million. That's like short-term rental fees, excise tax on Tennessee banks. And again, there's a hodgepodge of other things that would go below that. And then other revenues, and that's like interest income, charges for service, license, and permits. One thing I did want to bring up, though, I said interest income. Just so you know, I don't know if I've explained this before, we get money in from property taxes, even bond proceeds if we've got out for debt. Well, that stuff just doesn't sit in the bank. It doesn't sit in the bank. Everything goes into some kind of an investment so we can make interest off of it, except what we need for the very next day with a little bit of padding. That's what's kept in the bank. Everything else gets invested, usually in the local government investment pool, LGIP, which the state controls, because it is safe and it is liquid. And if you look at the three things that somebody in my position is required to look at, it's the acronym SLI: safety, liquidity, and yield. If you're in the private sector, you might be looking at safety and yield first, but we got to look at how liquid it is too. So we are what's called fully invested. Kitch keeps reminding me to use that term. She's an accountant and I'm not. So, all right. On the next slide, this talks about where the money goes right here. And I'm going to give you the bottom line up front. If you take this black line that I've drawn, there's a gap right there. But anyway, if you take that and you go all the way around and you add up salaries, other benefits, pension, health care, it comes to 61%, or 149.3 million of the total general fund. That's because, of course, we're a service organization. We do not exist just for the sake of money. We exist and have all kinds of employees to provide services for our citizens. So we're a service organization. It's nice if you make some money, but that's not your main focus. Your main focus is taking care of your citizens. So most of our costs on any given year are going to be this right here. And again, that's salaries, other benefits, that means 9 million there. That's things like longevity pay, overtime, some of these holiday pay, and just there's like 9 categories in there. I've got them all written down if I needed to refer to them. Healthcare, I got a separate slide for that later on, but you know, the employees pay a certain amount for healthcare, and we pay a certain amount of health care. And what we're estimating paying in this year is 22 million, which is 9% of the total. Supplies, which have gone up a lot lately, by the way, is 11 million or 5% of the total. That's everything from, I don't know, office supplies to supplies that you need for, at the warehouse that you were talking about and that type thing. And then we have one of those good other charges, a very nebulous term, 39.6 million. That's things like one of them, building rent, like what we pay to the Public Building Authority for our space of the city-county building. The county has to pay a good bit too. Outside legal counsel, Charles outsources everything to outside legal counsel. I'm teasing. But training, postage, and again, this would go on down here. There'd be a bunch of things, but I have listed some of them there. And fleet services, that's like all the fuel that we have to buy throughout the year, the maintenance, repair parts. That's that money that Kitron talked about going back into our 702-002 rolling stock equipment replacement fund. And I just wanted to add to what Kitron said. I've talked to several CFOs in my comings and goings with them for various things that I have to go to. Anyway, and most of them don't have something like this. So if they're going out to buy 60 police cruisers, or let's say 20, it's a big deal for their budget. We at least have some money set aside. Now, in truth, with the way the inflation's been going, we usually don't have enough to cover that vehicle or those 4 or 5 vehicles because the inflation's gone up higher than it used to be, particularly a couple years ago. But I'll say we've got 70 to 80% of it, and that helps. That helps a lot. So we don't take a big face shot every time we buy rolling stock. And then we've got risk. We are what is considered self-insured. However, you have claims that you have to pay out. You also we've got some stop loss policies in effect, so you only pay up so much and then somebody else pick up the difference and the premiums that are involved there. And then we have our utilities, 7.7 million, electrical, water, that type thing, and grants. And when I talk about grants here, I'm not talking about the grants that we receive. I'm talking about the grants that we give to, I mentioned CAC because they're obviously one of the larger ones that help a lot of the less fortunate in our community. So they do get a fair amount of money from us each year, and because we're wanting them to help those that are less fortunate. We also have, it says CAGs, those are community agency grants. And if you look in your, proposed or adopted budgets that you'll get every year, you'll see like a page and a half of single-spaced, all these nonprofits that receive grants from us throughout the city. And that usually comes to between 1.6 to 1.8 million a year, last I checked. So this is where, in general, the money goes for the general fund. Any questions on that? Okay, and at this time, I'm going to ask Ms. Pekowski to come up and talk about the pension fund. As I said, Ms. Pekowski is the executive director of the pension board and does a darn good job.
Thank you, Boyce. Again, my name is Christy Pekowski. I am the executive director for the pension system. Our offices are located in the public safety complex, which we greatly appreciate. We are here to talk about pensions. So let's see if I can figure out how to make this puppy work.
The one to the right should switch it.
Yeah, that's what I'm pushing.
You got it. Chris is standing over there because we weren't able to get her mic'd up like Kitcher and I've got the main mics on, but that's the...
It's my security blanket standing over here.
Is it
I'm
not
like,
working?
I know I didn't break it.
There we go.
No, there we
I just
go.
had to turn
Okay,
it off.
okay.
There we go.
All right. So basically what happens every year is our actuary will come in and look at our financial situation as well as our experience for the year of what has happened with our employees, our retirees and everything. And they will determine what the city needs to contribute every year. And a lot of things that go into that are very important, but one of the things that really helps drive those numbers for being a little lower is when we meet our expected rate of return. And in 2025, we met our expected rate of return, which at that time was 7.1%. The fund made 10.23%. So those funds go and spread over a 10-year period to smooth out what the city is required to make in contributions. I am happy to report that as of January 31st, we're already at 9.2%. We still have 5 months left, so my fingers are crossed. But that is based on the expected rate of return of 7.05%. So anything over that will go to help with the contributions that the city is required to make. So just to give you a little bit of background, for the last 4 years, we have been lowering our expected rate of return to by 5 basis points. And the reason that we're doing that is we are required by state law to be within 50 basis points of TCRS, and that's Tennessee Consolidated Retirement System. And their rate of return is 6.75. And we were at 7.25 before we started this lowering. So our goal is to get down to 7%, and then we'll have an experience study done by our actuary to see where we are and if that 7% makes sense. And I will tell you, it makes sense at this point. We have been on average over 7% over the last 20 years in returns. Let's see. So one of the things that we had to add this year was when the Government Finance Accounting Standards Board issued a new statement on compensated absences. And it really wasn't a significant change to our liability, but it was something that increased the liability by a little bit because members are allowed to convert their sick leave into pension-credited service when they're ready to retire. And that increases their benefit. And so we had to do a little bit of a calculation on how that would affect the pension board and the liability. So we factored in a 2-month factor for converting sick leave for everyone that's in the city, just to be safe and to account for that. Some people convert a year and a half. Some people convert just a month. So it's on average, we did a 5-year look back, and it was on average about 2 months that people use to convert their sick leave. So that also increased a little bit for the assumptions for that. Any questions on all of that information before I look at the actual contribution? Let's make sure I can, it worked. So our estimated future pension contributions from our July 1st, 25 report. It looks pretty steep, and then it kind of goes down. That steep part includes the unfunded liability. So this past year, our contributions from the city were about $35 million. For 25-26, they're about $37 million. And for the budget year 26-27, they're going to be $40 million. And those are going up to cover that. We have a amortization of that unfunded liability. We're at the 17th year of that as of 7/1. So this year will be 16, and so forth will go down. So as you can see, we're in that sweet spot of between 40 and 45 million for the next 17 years. So the good thing is that when we actually do better, that number goes down on our investments. So that's a good thing. So we're hoping that that will happen and then our experience study will also lower that or increase it depending on how it works with our experience as far as our membership. But once we get to that.
Christie,
Yes.
could you just talk a little bit? There was a decision made by previous pension boards and councils to really tackle the unfunded aspects of our
Yes.
pension and not to just kick the can down the road. And so this was a decision made, previous councils, previous pension boards, to really try to tackle that proactively.
Right. Yes. So in the past, when we had that, we were at a 30-year amortization to start off with. When the first legislation came down from the Government Accounting Standards Board about how to account for pensions. And so we did the 30 max. And when we got to about halfway through that, we realized that there was, we wanted to smooth it out a little bit more. So we changed that to a 20-year amortization. And that's where we are at this point. We have been, or 3 years into our 20-year amortization at this point. So that's why you see it's in that smoothed out period that we're going to be in the $40 to $45 million range. And then once we get to that point, it drops down to our normal costs. And our normal costs, we will always have a contribution from the city just because of the way the pensions are designed. And so there will always be a normal cost that is funded by the city. But as you can see, it goes down to about 22 million in 47, 48 fiscal year, which I won't be here, but that's okay. But we feel like we are in a good spot, and we appreciate working with the city and making sure that our members are covered by a pension system. We do have a pension system for all of our active employees. In 2013, there was a different plan put into place, but it's still a defined benefit that is a lifetime paycheck, as we like to say, for our members after they retire. So, any questions?
Thank you so much, Christy. You all do a great job. I'll just add for those of you who aren't familiar, the pension board, the mayor is part of that. There's a member of city council, Vice Mayor Fugit was on it for many years now. Mr. Honeycutt's taking that role. And we have two individuals from the community, and then the employees, is it two? Yeah, employees represent one police, one fire, and two from general government. So that's who governs the pension board investment decisions, and of course the staff provides their expertise. But it's a dry topic sometimes, but it's very important, a tool for recruitment and retention as well, just security for people who choose public service roles where you don't always make the most money, but you do have the benefit of a stable salary and a pension. A lot of, not many private sector jobs have any kind of pension anymore, so I do think it's a benefit for our employees.
Mayor,
Yes.
can I just say,
Please.
those two citizens are actually investment professionals, so that those of us who aren't, that serve on it, also have, and they also serve on the investment committee with some other pension board members that help Christie. And so it's not just slapdash, it is a lot of deep work.
Very thoughtful.
And can I just say, since I'm not going to be on it anymore, Christie does do a wonderful job wrangling us and keeping us in good financial order. So I'm grateful for that. And welcome aboard, Nathan.
And before we flip the next slide and Kitron jumps up and talks, I just wanted to, this is important. Christy never brags on herself. She kind of glazed over it, okay? Our targeted rate of return for 2025 was 7.1%. We made considerably over that on return on investments. And for this FY to date, the targeted rate of return is 7.05% on return on investments. And we're making, as through January, 9%. That's a big deal. Not everybody's pension fund is doing that. That's huge. It keeps our employees so they can be paid their pension, and also, as she said, pays down our unfunded liability a bit. So I just wanted to, they do good work, and Councilman Honeycutt is, I think he got voted in yesterday to join the investment committee, so a good time will be had by all. All right.
And Boyce, I'll just also add, when the stock market is is struggling, it's just as important that when the stock market's down, our pension earnings are never as down as far as the stock market as a whole. So like just managing risks on that front, having a diverse portfolio, we always want to be high on the high sides, and when there's losses out of market, our losses are much less than the market as a whole. So, it's evening things out. So thank you, Christy, and your team.
Okay, now we will look at a couple of market-driven revenues. We will be looking at sales tax and then also at some beer and liquor tax. We're going to start here with the local option sales tax. And just to explain the slide, we are taking a 6-month snapshot. So we were looking at the first 6 months of this fiscal year, compare it to the first 6 months of last fiscal year. And then I've also provided with a 3-year average. So in looking at the local option sales tax for our current year, July 1 through December 31st, we brought in $35.8 million, and that is a $718,000 increase over last year's first 6 months of the year. And we are still considerably above the 3-year average on that. Next, we'll look at our state shared sales tax. And for current fiscal year, first 6 months of the year, we are a little over $12.2 million, and that is a $469,000 increase over last year. And again, still well above the 3-year average. Now we will look at the beer tax. Again, this year we are at a little over $3.7 million, and that's a $126,000 increase over last year. And that is also, we are above the 3-year average, but not by much here. We are actually only $2,700 over the 3-year average. So again, we are doing better than last year and just a little better than the 3-year average. Then we'll look at mixed drink tax. Again, for current fiscal year, again, first 6 months of the year, we're at $1.9 million. That is an $86,000 increase over last year. And as far as the 3-year average, we are doing much better on the 3-year average on our mixed drink tax, and that we are up $232,000 to the 3-year average. It has long been said that when the economy is good, liquor sales are up, beer sales are down. The economy's not doing as well. The beer sales are up and liquor sales are down. And that's kind of held true until we got to the pandemic. In the pandemic, all liquor sales were up. And so we kind of saw that surge in tax revenue on our liquor sales. But it's fair to say these past couple years that both our mixed drink and our liquor sales have kind of normalized and level out as people are back at work and not able to be home and drink all day. So with that being said, next we will look at our hotel motel tax. It's also, so here we're first going to look at our city hotel motel tax. And I just want to note that the slide is a little deceiving. And the reason being, in January of 25, we increased the rate of our city hotel motel tax by 1% from 3 to 4. So again, we're doing an apples to apples comparison, but on our city hotel motel tax, it's a little deceiving because the current year is at a 4% rate while last year was at a 3% rate. So with that, we are still $1.2 million over last year, and again, well over the 3-year average. But so I think a better look is at the county hotel motel tax. And I'm sorry, I didn't give the values. So for this year, we've come in at 4.8 on city. Last year, we were at 3.6, and again, $1.2 million increase. Looking at the county hotel motel tax, we are actually down to last year. We're down $304,000. We've brought in thus far in the first 6 months of the year $787,000. Last year we were at $791,000. Now we still are above 3-year. I'm sorry, forgive me. We still are above the 3-year average on our hotel motel tax. But in looking at the 3-year average, we're only about $32,000 above the 3-year average. And just to give some context, yes, we are down from last year, but that $304,000 is really only 0.5%. So yes, we're down, but it's not as large as it appears here. Any questions on either of these two taxes before I go on? I should say.
I'll just say thank you to council for supporting the increase to the hotel motel tax. It's obviously making a difference, even as maybe tourism is not as robust as it was a couple years ago. So this is going to help us with our budget.
Yeah. Now I'll turn this back over to Boyce as he looks at our projections for the end of the fiscal year.
This is an important slide. This is where we think we will end the fiscal year that we're in, FY '26. And here's how you calculate it. You can see up here at the top, when we started off the budget, we were budgeting almost $325 million in terms of projected revenues. And you can see our expenditures that we're projecting through the end of the FY by about $329.6 million. You may say, well, why is that? That sounds terrible and stuff. Well, it's because it's no surprise to anybody. It didn't catch us unawares. We did a $6.1 million budget amendment, if you'll remember, back in the late fall. But we're only thinking out of that 6.1, we'll spend around 4.7 million and some change during this FY. So again, total projected revenue, less the total projected expenditures with that budget amendment in it. So you end up with a shortage of 4.7 million, now followed below the blue line. So how does this work in terms of kind of the bottom line for unassigned fund balance? We started off the year, as Kitron said earlier, with, in this FY, 35.3 million. Well, you carry that shortage down there, 4.7 million down below that, and you subtract that number from that number, and you end up, we think we're going to end the FY right at 30.6 million in projected unassigned fund balance, which is not bad. I think the average unassigned fund balance over the last 5 years or so has been around 34 million. So we're right in there with that. We're in good shape. Any questions on this particular slide here?
I'll just add that, from time to time, we do bring council members a proposed budget amendment in the middle of the budget year. And the one that we brought, that 6.1 million, most of that was to pay for unexpected costs associated with the improvements on the Burlington streetscape, which we didn't want to delay anymore. We just wanted to move forward. And also the Lonsdale improvements at the parks facilities and Sammy Hill over there. So these are one-time costs that long-time promised projects that we wanted to keep moving forward. So thank you for that support. It wasn't just because we didn't anticipate this. Anyhow, I appreciate that. I just wanted to make new council members understand what the budget amendment was not for, unexpected labor costs or something like that. It was things cost more than we expected on these big capital projects. Yeah, Charlie.
Yeah, and I would add on that point, just the.
Put your microphone on if you wouldn't.
Will. Yeah, just an example, like there was a relatively small expenditure to add to Inskip Park this year, and time was of the essence. We didn't have time to wait in order to take care of this opportunity, and it was really helpful for us to be able to do a budget amendment to be able to take advantage of that opportunity.
Right. Yeah, having a healthy unassigned fund balance allows us that flexibility to take advantage of opportunities like that land that came for sale next to Inskip Pool, but also unexpected, price increases to projects that we've already voted on and approved, but we just need to cover the cost. So thank you. Yeah, good point. Thanks, Boyce.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, spend a little time. This is a busy slide here, but it's okay. I'll explain what I mean. These are some of the big considerations that we need to look at, and we're already looking at as we go through the budget process for FY '27, the FY coming up. Some of these are the same themes, but they'll have different numbers in them. They'll be updated. But some new ones here that I'm going to talk about are that our operating costs are rising. That's of note. We're going to go to a 2-year reappraisal cycle. Well, what does that mean? We're already in it. They're doing this is the first year of it right now. And then the general fund forecast, kicking that out for some years. So with that, get into the first one. Let's talk deferred maintenance. The engineering department's favorite subject. Anyway, but right here in black, in the black font, are the amount of dollars that we would need to take care of all the deferred maintenance from greenway paving down to stormwater repairs. And like greenway paving, my recollection, the definition of that is it's greenways that haven't been paved or done anything with in like 20 years, okay? Sidewalk repairs, that's what we would need if we wanted to get all of our sidewalks completely up to 100%, that they're existing ones that need repairs. Not new sidewalks, just our existing ones. The big one here, $850 million, that's on stormwater repairs. And, you know, that's one of those things that you don't see with all the drainage systems and stuff. This is the one that Mr. Mumpower, the comptroller for the state, has talked to a bunch of us at different times, said that's the one that kind of keeps him up at night because it's anywhere Tennessee. You know, nobody's cutting ribbons on those things, but when they tear up, it costs a lot of money. And that is what we believe it would cost us to get them all up to snuff right now. Now, over here on the right in the red font is how much it's gone up since I stood up here last year. I get these numbers from the engineering department oh, let me hit this one, legacy facilities, 153 million. We're talking about things like the Knoxville Civic Auditorium and Coliseum. We're talking about like the convention center. We're talking all of the recreation centers that we have around town. We've got a lot of infrastructure, and that is about what it would cost to bring them up to speed. Probably cost a little more than that. Right here, though, where I was going was, these are the costs that it's increased since last year when I was up here. 600K up on the greenway paving, bringing it to 10.6 million. 1.4 million up on the sidewalk repairs, bringing it to 53.4 million, and so on. One thing I did want to draw out right here, that $50 million, that's not because we went out and, suddenly, you know, we've had $50 million suddenly go bad. No, we've had a consultant working with the engineering department, Tom's guys over there, that has been inventorying and categorizing our stormwater infrastructure as good, fair, or poor, okay? And they've come further along in their study. This number will likely continue to go up because they're not done with their study. But thus far, since this time last year, they're saying about another $50 million to correct those fair and poor condition ones. So this is not a surprise, not a big, we had them at this time last year, we just didn't know it. So the whole total is up by 58.7 million from what it was last year. And these are things, I mean, we try to fund them every year, and we do fund a lot of them every year, but there's never enough money to go around. I mean, look at the stormwater there, approaching $1 billion. We don't have the budget to do that. We do what we can, but we don't have the budget to do that. So this is a concern, and it's something we need to consider, and it's something during the budgeting process that, you know, where we work to prioritize what really needs to get done out of all this. And one thing I will say is when Councilman Thomas and some of the others that were on council a couple years back voted to on the city hotel motel tax to go up 1% on their occupancy tax rate. They also voted, the more important, yes, on the CFO, I like the 1% raise, but the most important thing was that it freed up the money so that it didn't have to go just to the convention center debt. Before that, we were legally restricted and we had to give all city hotel motel tax dollars to the convention center debt. But because, as Kitron explained, we paid off 25 million in SFY, we've got those debt payments down to where the tourism development zone revenue is taking care of those for us. So we were able to free up that money to use on other things like a lot of our legacy facilities in terms of, you know, paying down some of that deferred maintenance. That's a good thing. And that's right with state law. So,
So just to clarify, the hotel motel tax used to, correct me if I'm wrong, boys, used to have to go to the convention center
Yes,
debt.
ma'am.
Now it can go to any tourism-related expenses. Okay,
That's correct.
It can go to like World's Fair Park, because that's in a tourist area, but it can't go to a park improvement way out
Yeah.
in the middle of a neighborhood that's not really a tourist attraction. It can use for the Civic Auditorium and Coliseum, Sunsphere.
That's
So it's
correct.
more flexible than it used to be, but it can't be used to pay our police officers
no,
or fix a
pursuant to state,
pothole.
pursuant to state law, it has to go
Yeah.
for tourism-related initiatives. Yes, ma'am. No, you're exactly on. Next slide here, want to talk inflation, an old theme, but it changes a little bit every year. The bottom line up front here is inflation has slowed, but it's still a concern. You can see here, we went through the hyperinflation period, 5-something%, 8, almost close to 9%, 4.5%, and it was just going way up. In fact, I totaled it over here. Anyway, no, it's kind of messy there. But from 21 through 25, it went up 23.34%. That's huge. That's huge. The money doesn't go as far as it used to go. And even now, it's flattened out. We're looking at it, I wrote down 2.5% because that's what the state said they're kind of looking at from the economic reports that they've received and they've latched onto. I've got that there. Truthfully, I think ours is more close to 3.2%, and I'll show you that here in a bit. But it has slowed. That's the good news. Went up real high, and now it's slowed. It's kind of leveling out. I know the Fed wants to get it to 2%. They may do that. It's going to take more time. We'll see how that goes. Right now, all I know is we're paying more than what we used to. Up here is an example of real world, that starburst in the upper left-hand corner as you face it. Our competitive spend in FY25 was a little over $106 million. That's for all the procurements that we do, RFPs, invitations to bid, RFQs, so forth and so on. You total it up, it's around, well, when you start adding that 2.5% to 3% to that, that comes to about $3 million more a year. That's significant. And then it grows every year, it's compounded. So inflation is still a factor, and we have to pay attention to that. And, a big part of the inflation is obviously the payroll. The payroll costs go up each year. Payroll and benefits, they go up every year. So inflation's a concern. Operating costs, this is the one that's making me have concerns. Our operating costs, you can see that red trend line, are going up. And operating costs consists of personnel services, supplies, what we call other charges, and other uses. And I want to bring up other uses there because other uses are like where we take from the general fund and we transfer to entities like, I think CAT's getting 20 plus million this year, or we transfer to the golf courses, or we transfer to the Civic Auditorium, Coliseum, our public assembly facilities, those type things. We have to transfer money, all those enterprise funds that Kitron mentioned. Yes, they are intended to fund themselves, but they don't. And any CFO around the country in a municipal government knows that. They don't, okay? So you have to supplement them out of the general fund. Now those transfers are a substantial portion of this. Suffice it to say, you add all that up together, and you can see how much it's going up over time. It's going up, and that's what this has got capital stripped out of it. This has got capital stripped out of it. This is just operating. So this is a concern to me. And I'm going to speak to that more in a minute when I talk about the
Ms. Parker?
some project. Yes, ma'am.
I had a question. The personnel costs that are a part of those rising costs. We've been told in the past that with the step increases and the salary increases, we should expect about a $5 million increase per year for those personnel expenses. Are we still seeing that
Well,
level of increase?
Let me just, I always love backup slides. Let me find it. Actually, I don't love them, but I know I have to use them. All right, right here, this is how I got it, all right? This is what they've been, dadgummit. This is how I got them. Right, the blue is the personnel costs, and you can see how that's been going up right there. And that consists of the 2.5% plus the 1.7% for the step increases for uniform bodies, okay? While the blue has the biggest numbers in it, that's not the one that's been growing the most. The smallest category has been the confounded supplies that have gone up over 100% here from last FY to this FY. And then you can see there's another huge number here, this one where we got other finance uses like transfers in it and so forth. That's gone up significantly. So that's how it comes about. Went up about, to your question, ma'am, about 6.5 million there, 22 to 23. Went up about 4.5 million there. And it's gone up here. And I think a lot of that right there is because we are becoming and are more fully staffed. There's more real dollars going out the door because we did the compensation, which we needed. I had people I know in my department, a very small department compared to police and fire and others, that were jumping ship to go to the lab where they could make more money, or UT or other places. We had to do the compensation study. That's why council voted for that property tax increase. And, but it's, yeah, they're going up and they continue to go up. And I want to get to the forecast that you were asking about a couple council meetings ago in a bit that'll kind of put that together with the revenues, ma'am. Where was I?
There you go.
Operating costs rising, yeah. Okay, and this is just an example. That's not all, I'm not just pulling that out for the heck of it. I wanted to give you an example of what's going on. The blue area here, this is one of our costs. A blue area here is what the employees pay for our health care plan or plans. And we've got great health care plans if you're new and don't know. Right here is what the city pays. Everything in this almost University of Texas colored orange. I used to live down there,
It's
so
Lady
I
Falls.
was used to
Lady
them
Falls.
saying the other UT. But anyway, this black line that I drew in there, which is as straight as I could make it, everything above that is how much our health care has gone up. And since the last time we raised what employees pay for their portion of the health care was 12 years ago, back in 2014. On this 54% increase, the city has picked that up. We've picked that up. And that's because we want to maintain our ability to be one of the employers of choice.
Yeah, Ms. Adams.
That costs about $7.7 million in today's dollars per year. Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to ask that is the cost of healthcare. That's not reflective of a workforce that is having exceptional health issues. It
No,
is
ma'am.
just the
It's the
delivery
cost of
cost.
healthcare. Yeah,
Delivery
not-
cost.
In fact,
I thought that wellness activities are like very strong.
they are.
Yeah.
They are. I don't participate in that many of them, but there's a lot of them. No, Christine, where you at, Christine? Christine has, her department and her staff run a whole lot of really good healthcare things. In fact, we've just gone this year to where I think you can go to the YMCA and it doesn't cost you and stuff. No, a lot of good healthcare programs.
Yeah, and I'll just link this to the slide before. Our operating costs are going up, and part of that is, supplies and inflation, and it's also salaries. But our overall investments in the people who keep our city running is not just salaries. We want this, people come in the door through salaries, but they stay because of the benefits and the mission. But I emphasize this when I have meetings with our employee reps all the time, because, employee reps are always asking for more increases. And I say, just so you know, we haven't asked employees to cover the cost of these insurance premium increases in over 10 years. I can't,
12 years, yes, ma'am.
12 years now, and I don't know any other organization who can say that. I think it's of great value to our employees, but it does come at a cost. I think it's worth it because, it's the right thing to do. We want to do right by our employees. And there are many employees who really have never had, some who've never had health care. Like the center, which is on the backside of this building, is their primary healthcare provider. And it is for their families too. And now we're also, to your point about wellness, we'll talk about this a little bit more, but definitely focus on wellness. This is a sign of healthcare costs going up. I don't think our employees are any less healthy than they have been. In fact, I think they're healthier, free gym memberships and that sort of thing. So, Chad will talk a little bit more about that in the second part of our presentation. But when employees, when we're thinking about how we care about our employees, this is a key one, because health insurance goes up for everybody else, and we're taking that cost on as a city, as an employer, not passing it on to the employees.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, our local option sales tax, it almost goes in line with inflation. The bottom line up front to this is, remember, this is our second biggest source of revenue for the general fund. And the growth has slowed. It's still growing, but it has slowed some. You can see here back like in 21 through, definitely through 23, it was growing at 12, 17, 11% per year. I mean, we were doing good, okay? Well, it's kind of leveled out now to the 5%, and we're looking at around 2.6% we're thinking for this year. It may be a little over that, but we're thinking we're getting about 70.7 million there. So again, I've said this the last couple of years, and it's proven to be true. It's not growing like it was, but it is still growing, and it is very helpful, and it's a large source of revenue, that local option sales tax is. One little call out I did want to give to the legislature that comes from this area and goes down to Nashville and works on our behalf is they were working with the state on the local option sales tax in particular to get them to take out that admin fee they had at 1.25%. They were wanting to eliminate it. Well, as most things, you meet sort of in the middle. They didn't get it all done, but they were able to lower it by 50 basis points. So it dropped from 1.25% down to 0.75% that the state withholds. And that means we're going to get, between the city and county, around $1.3 million more a year. And the city's portion of that will be $365 to $370K. Well, is that a lot compared to $70.7 million? Maybe not, but it happens, and you're going to get it every year, and it's going to grow every year. So that's a good thing.
And Senator Briggs was
Yeah, he led the charge, yes.
led the charge on that. He's the chair of the local government committee and the state senate, and he's a good ally to have on these kinds of issues.
Now, the next one here, I said I'd get to this. This just shows you, some of you may be aware of this, some not, but we give a lot of money to the schools. Going back to that local option sales tax one this is from FY25, but in FY25, $248 million were generated in local option sales tax from sales within the confines of the city of Knoxville limits. Out of that, the county got 72%, or 179.1. That's all this in orange. Our piece, which is 28%, we got 68.9. The thing I want to point out to you is this chart's kind of they do those a little bit of an angle. But anyway, if you were right here in the middle of it and you drew that out there and that was 50% on the other side, you can see that 22%. So in FY25, they got 54.6 million, the county did, that we're not legally obligated to provide by state law anyway. And I can explain how we got to that split if you need me to sometime, but it takes a bit of doing. But it was based on ordinances that got passed. But anyway, suffice it to say, in FY25, we gave 179.1 million to the schools. Questions? Sir?
Is that a legacy agreement from when the county took over the schools?
Okay, a big piece of it is, I've actually got a spreadsheet in my office, and it shows, okay, the first year something got put in place, I think it was
The 60s.
or whatever it was, 100% of it, 1% of that 2.25% went to the county. because they picked up the school systems. And we didn't. All of it went to them. Then there have been incremental raises to that to where we're up to 2.25. And all of those other ones have been like a 50-50 split, except one of them, and I don't remember which one that is, maybe 86 or something. Suffice it to say that when you do the math, that the first one where you had 1% in there, almost half of 2.25, that all go in the county. That's what skews this right here to make it to be the 7228. Am I making sense?
Yeah, I've looked into this quite a bit, and, 10 years on the school board too. So I think it's a series of agreements between the city of Knoxville and Knox County that I think began in the 1960s, that then, there were more when the cities went, stopped providing their own separate school system because of the deferred maintenance on the building. So that was a big factor, but not the only one. It started even before that. So all that is to say, I support our public schools. I think, this is a good thing, and I don't think we should try to undo it. But I do think it's important, that council members know when people say, well, why doesn't the city support schools more directly? I mean, we do more than the state law requires. And I know that they appreciate it, and it's probably 20 to 25% of their operating budget comes from city sales tax revenues, the Knox County schools. Charles?
Let me just say that when we went out of business with the schools, that we did what we did with regard to sending them the money because it was the right thing to do, but we also did it in the face of threatened litigation about that whole process. And rather than spend all this money in fighting it out in litigation about whether the city had to pay this, whether the county had to pay that, all those kinds of things, cooler heads got together and resolved it. And part of this is the result of that resolution that frankly made sense for everybody and worked much better for the schools than it would have done had we litigated it out, no matter who won.
Sir.
Any-
You weren't
does that
involved,
help?
you weren't involved in that litigation, were you, sir? All right, yes, ma'am, you were about to say something?
Answer your question? Yeah, okay.
I was in private practice, but I've never been
All
called a
right,
cooler head.
I'm gonna move on to the next slide. Okay, I've been dreading this slide the whole time, this one and the next one, because they're hard to explain. But let me show you what happens with property tax. First off, it's a pretty stable source of revenue, okay? And this is total property tax. That's important. That total, that means that's real property, like your residential, commercial, industrial. I don't know if we got any agricultural, but that's all that stuff. But it's also your personal property tax, where you pay on the machinery and value of the assets you have, machinery and equipment and so forth. And it's also for like the public utilities, like the big trucking firms and the railroads and stuff that use the infrastructure in and around Knoxville. So it contains all of that. So you can see the green trend line is going up, okay? In fact, we got a $3.8 million increase from 24 to 25. And the real growth, this is huge to me, the real growth average is about 2% per year. And it used to be, well, I'm talking like 4 or 5 years ago when I first stepped into this role, it was like, if you look back, it was like 1.16%. So it is increasing at an increasing rate. And you might say, well, Evans, 1.16% and 2% don't sound like much. I see all this, all these things being built, skyscrapers, cranes and all that, and you're right. But think of this. If you put up a $100 million project, I don't know what it is, you build it, you're correlating that to, I guess, 25.5 billion in appraised value in the city of Knoxville, and 7.3 billion in assessed value. So when you're comparing 100 million, which is a big number, to those astronomical numbers as the denominator in that calculation, it doesn't move the needle much in terms of percentage. Maybe a couple basis points here and there. That's why I'm so happy that real growth is now averaging out to about 2% per year. And I talked to Mr. Arons, where you at? There's Peter. And he explained that the construction values that he's seeing for the last 2 fiscal years, as well as the first 6 months of this year, are coming in above what they have been forecasting and anticipating that, which means that real growth is occurring, and it's not only that, it's occurring at an increasing rate. So that gives you more money. Now, I want to explain what this dip is, and this will lead into the next slide. For real property, you have a reappraisal year, it stays the same till 4 years later and it gets reappraised. Not so for personal property and public utilities. In the first year, they're appraised at 100%. In the second year, they stay at 100%, but in the third year, they drop. And in this case, they dropped a little over 1/4 of a percentage point in terms of the tax revenue that we got. So we took, I want to say the hit for that was right around $3.5 million caused by that 28.3. But at the same time, that our property, the real property was going up, which is why the net hit was only a $1.4 million decrease. So what is this slide? What's the key takeaway? Our property tax is steady, and it is continuing to grow, and it will continue to grow at an increasing rate over time. But you won't see, huge spikes or anything, but it is growing, very stable. Yes, ma'am.
So if we put in FY '21, is that where we would see the jump from the property tax increase?
That's correct. I simply left it off. You remember that, but the newer members of council might not. Yeah, you would have seen it go up, I want to say 31 million from 21 to 22 in terms of the real property. That is correct, ma'am.
And the dips, you were saying, are based on the state evaluation? Or
The dip in this case is based on the equalization, which turns into a discount for personal property taxes and public utilities, not the real property, which
Yeah.
is what we were voting on at that time.
Yeah, that's one of the things that the next slide will explain is going to be fixed because the appraisals will happen every 2 years. But it was a hit, and I didn't anticipate it because it wasn't anything that we had control over. Again, it was the KUB pilot that usually is 20-something million, was $3 million less, or
That's
almost
correct.
4.
It was significantly
It's like,
less.
And the county had a hit on that as well. So yeah, that should be fixed when you talk about the 2-year appraisal cycle, because that depreciation stuff will change.
That's correct.
Maybe go to the next slide
Yes, ma'am.
and delve into that a little bit, if you would.
And here it is. We are not moving to, we are already in a 2-year reappraisal cycle. The county, you may have seen, and since we are inside the county, to go to a 2-year reappraisal cycle, that voted that in, so we're in a 2-year reappraisal cycle. It's a good thing. Comptroller Mumpower was pushing for this a couple years with the state legislature. Didn't get it passed, but he finally got it passed, I think, last year. But you had to opt into it, which the county did, thus we're in it. Anyway, I say it has no effect on real property. That's not 100% true, but pretty much it's minimal. We have to stay revenue neutral. We cannot, when they do a reappraisal every 2 years, or like from the reappraisal that's going on this year, we can't benefit because of inflation. They will put out an equalization rate. The state and the Knox County Tax Assessor's Office work together and they come up with that so that we remain revenue neutral on what we were making. We don't lose money, we don't make money. We cannot benefit from inflation on real property. But this 2-year cycle, so it won't have much effect on real property. The 2-year cycle, though, will stabilize that personal property and public utilities, because I said 100% here, 100% year, third year it goes down, which is what I showed right here. I said it was about a $3.5 million hit. from personal property and public utilities. But what'll happen is, that won't happen anymore. If you're doing it every 2 years, they're gonna have to pay 100% of their assessed value going forward, the taxes on that. That's gonna stay the same. So we will not see that 28.3% hit in those areas. So that's a good thing. That's a real good thing. Sir?
That hit might be because of the dip in buying in the private sector during COVID. That would be about your 3 years out. And I know most of those of us in the construction industry didn't replace equipment in that time period because of the uncertainty in the economy.
Right. Understood. Could be some of it. Frankly, I do not know how they came up with the 28.3%. That could in fact be the case. Anyway, 2-year appraisal cycle, I'm glad it's here, it'll save us a little bit of money. Okay, the slide. Councilwoman Parker's been wanting this for a while, I don't blame her. I acted a little ornery at one of our council meetings, shouldn't have in retrospect, but, no, I shouldn't have, it's just, okay, here's the deal. I was asked once upon a time by the previous CFO for me to prepare a slide that just showed our property tax increase, what that would do with revenue, and our personnel cost increase. Well, they intersected out in 27 or 28, and it was like, well, that was it. But that's not it. That's not the comprehensive look. And I'm not saying anything bad. She just wanted that to show what that did in terms of property tax. A lot brighter than I am in terms of CFO, but that's not the comprehensive look. The comprehensive look is you got to take all of your revenue coming in, and you got to take all of your expenditures, and that's what this does. We had the actuals for 25, so you can see the blue is the revenue. And I'll be frank, we can't do much about the revenue. I'll bring that up in a minute. The orange line, again, that UT Texas orange color, is the expenditures. So we came in a little better off in 25, grew some fund balance there. Right now, the only reason we got them the same is it's what we budgeted, okay? In the state of Tennessee, your budget, it's got a balance. So there it is, it's balanced. Now here's where the calculations come in going forward. Out here, before I get to that, our positive revenue increase based on past history and where we think we're going to be going forward is between 3 and 4.3% per year. The expenses, we're looking at those to grow around 3.2% annually. Now, 4.3%, you're looking at most of that starting to occur, that's kind of in here. But as it goes out, we go out the line, it gets down to about 3% per year. But if you keep expenses growing at 3.2% annually, it catches up to that. What does that mean? That means when we get out here, and listen, these lines are never going to intersect. They're never going to intersect. You got to have a balanced budget in the state of Tennessee. We are not going to let that occur, all right? This is a mathematical computation. If everything stayed the same, that's what would happen. But no, we don't control the revenue, but we control the doggone expenditure lever. There's things that we can do there if we need to lower expenditures. The good news is something usually happens to help you out even in the revenue, but we'll see. But anyway, they're likely going to be, all the directors need to listen up, tighter budgets, okay? Probably in 27, this upcoming FY, and going out into the future. We're going to have some tighter budgets, I suspect.
Well, I'll just say, obviously, we want the expenditures always to be under the revenues, and that's required by state law and good fiscal stewardship, and that's certainly always going to be the case while I'm in office. I'm sure it will always be, it always has been. We do have control over how we choose to spend our dollars, and we have some control over revenues. The economy and macroeconomic factors he's going to talk about a little more, but periodically, council has been we've brought proposals to council about, do we want to continue to maintain the same level of service and make sure we're fully staffed and address, staffing shortages with compensation enhancements that, reflect the labor market. And we did that in 21 or 22. We did a compensation study, and that compensation study showed we were way below market. We had a lot of workshops, a lot of discussion, and I proposed and council approved a property tax increase to bring, in a very comprehensive way, all our city employees up to market, and it has worked. One thing that I think is, Boyce, you mentioned, if nothing changes, this is what but everything always changes. Nothing is static. We can't anticipate exactly what the economy will be. People are moving here, and that helps our economy, infill housing, development, all that stuff, but it also increases our costs. It's just something we always have to monitor and debate, both the orange line and the blue line, because we do have some control over the revenues and a lot of control over the expenditures. But people don't want service cuts, and our employees deserve to be paid fairly. So it's a lot of factors to consider. Boyce, thanks for updating this graph. It's a good one to keep in mind.
And the only reason we don't run it out further is, frankly, by this time, 2029 forecast, that's what the F means, is we're gonna have a new federal administration, there'll be a new administration at the state, there'll be a new administration here. You'll have 4 more new council members, with the ones that just came on. So there's new priorities, things change in terms of revenue and what you're required to spend on. So I just wasn't comfortable taking it out past where we are. And the mayor mentioned 2 of the other big assumptions, which is that a financial environment remains relatively constant. That's a bunch of question marks after that. It never really does, but an assumption is something you have to make in order to continue with planning when you don't know. That was what I was always taught, and that's what that is. And also that Knoxville remains a popular place to relocate to. In fact, I read in an article not long ago, this was the most sought-after city in the entire Southeast to move to, nationally. I read that. I forget the exact source, but I live in color, I read that. All right, some other factors.
I have questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So on the general fund expenditures anticipated for the upcoming fiscal year, we're only seeing $1 million increase anticipated from the general fund?
Talking about right here for FY 2027? Mm-hmm. Well, that would be 330, that would be 3.8, I think, is the difference between the two. But I will tell you, we did this mathematical computation without having the benefit of, and that this will happen during the budget process, run all the revenues, the whole laundry list and all the expenditures to see where we're gonna stand and knowing if there's new expenditures and stuff. We've yet to do that. Again, this was historical data and then pushing it out into the future.
Because one thing that, is standing out to me are the different trends that we just discussed in terms of the, additional costs from inflation, additional costs from personnel, expenses that continue to rise at $5 million or more per year. We're in the middle of a budget process, so budget hasn't been developed yet, but what these numbers are telling me is that we're gonna have to cut expenditures from where we were last year. Is that what's being communicated to us? Because we have these rising costs.
I think it goes right here, likely a tighter budget. I think we're likely gonna have a tighter budget than what we have.
Yeah, we think it'll be a tighter budget.
We've yet to figure out what that's gonna mean exactly till we run those revenues expenditures, but it's gonna be a tighter budget.
Any explanation for the growth in expenditures the following year?
Growth, first off, you got just general inflation. You've got those built-in rises within that in personnel and the benefits that accompany them costs. That's the thing. Also, frankly, we're looking at right now, we're close to fully staffed in a lot of places. So that comes on, but that also cuts overtime down too. So it's kind of a mixed bag. We'll have to see that computated out. We just hadn't done that yet.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am. Okay, macroeconomic outlook. I'm not going to cover everything on here. Let's just say that, particularly at the federal level, it's kind of volatile in general. Still not sure how the tariffs, I know they've slowed down, but I've been doing this for a while, and local governments are usually the last to feel something in terms of big moves at the federal level. I don't know why that is. I majored in economics, but I can't recall exactly why that is. Anyway, but I know it is. It's a fact. And I still think as the tariffs work their way through the economy, we may see some fluctuation in prices. Also, the federal funding is a bit more unpredictable than it was in previous years. Thank goodness we're not that heavily reliant, you've heard me say that in the past, on federal dollars. A couple departments do receive a good bit from them, but most of in general, the city does not, if you take the city as a whole. State outlook, they're having the same thing we are. As the state goes, so do we. We're a political subdivision of the state. Their sales tax grew by 4.2%, but it's down from the hyper sales tax growth and the stimulus dollars. So is ours. When Kitcher and I were down meeting with Comptroller Mumpower about 3.5 weeks ago, he told us they were going to have the tightest budget in 10 years at the state. It's come out in the media outlets say it's the tightest in 8 years. Frankly, I think it's probably 10. I think they're just talking about the tenure of Governor Lee. But it's like Councilwoman Parker was alluding to just a minute ago. We're going to have a tighter budget. I don't know if it's going to be the tightest in 10 years or anything like that, but we'll probably have a tighter one. So that's the state. They're having the same thing we are too in the whole state. The population continues to grow with migration from other states, most of them in the working age. And this one really concerns me right here, particularly for you that are new on council. There is a move afoot in the state legislature to cap the amount that local governments, not just us, anybody, anywhere, can raise their property taxes so you can only go up 2 or 3% in any given year, okay? That briefs well. But here's the problem. When, I love to draw. So the last time we did a property tax increase from what the equalization rate was, I think it went up so we could deal with our personnel situation by like 20%. Went up around 20%. Well, we didn't know we were going to have that problem with the personnel situation. People jumping ship and leaving other places and being able to retain them. Well, if you can only do 2% a year, that'd take 10 years to get up to what you need right there. That is, in my opinion, unacceptable. I mean, I guess you could just not hire people and stuff like that. But that's the danger, and I just want to mention that particularly to the new members of council. I know we're not looking at any tax increase or anything like that right now, but there may come a time in the future where you might need to do that. And if that cap goes into effect, that's a real problem. So just need to be aware of that.
Boys, I'm
Ma'am.
glad that was erasable. I wasn't sure.
They kept me away from the other ones.
I hope they didn't put the permanent markers up there. Also, just council, as you know, we have a lobbyist who helps us on issues with the General Assembly, and we are working all the angles we can with allies across the state to try to stop a property tax increase on localities. I think we, as local elected officials, are in the best position to decide what we need and how much we want to tax ourselves, and they should stick to state taxation issues. But we'll see. I mean, we'll see how that unfolds, but we're trying to prevent that from happening.
Next slide here. This will be the last one I bring up. I'm really bringing this up for the newer members of council, but I just want to point out a few things. Not this past November, but the November before that, a little over a year or so ago, council voted to increase the occupancy tax rate for city hotel motel tax by 1%. Went from 3 to 4%, which is where we're maxed out. You can't go any higher than that. The big thing that's done, yeah, it gives us some extra money. It's probably more than 1 million a year. But it allows us to handle a lot of that deferred maintenance on our tourism-related facilities, okay? That frees up that money to do that. So that is important. I just wanted to emphasize that. TIFs and pilots, but I don't know who knows what in this audience, but it all falls under the general heading of public financing assistance. TIF stands for tax incremental financing, pilot payment in lieu of taxes. And these are to help developers so they can push through with a project and it will be financially viable and so forth. To do something in a part of town, a lot of time that's been disinvested in, and they're wanting to put something new there, or maybe it's, I don't know, maybe it's affordable housing and things of that nature. The list goes on and on. But as those TIFs and pilots roll off, then we get more property tax revenue. And the 5-year outlook is good. We're looking at, in the upcoming FY, getting about 317,000 more in property tax revenue from those. And between right now and 2031, which is 5 years, we're looking at about 5 million more in TIFs and pilots. And that's 5 million more a year. Happens this year, happens the next year, happens the next year, okay? That's significant. The main part of that is gonna come toward the latter half of that period, and that's because some of these huge student housing along Cumberland Avenue, those things, the Hub and the Union they're gonna roll off, and we're gonna get those, the benefit of that. Yes, ma'am?
Boyce, the 5 million increase from those was included in your projections?
No, it
Yes?
was not.
It was not?
It was not. No, ma'am. No. We put in things that we could. I didn't have this information at the time, and we mathematically projected it out. And this happens, like I say, this happens slow, so I don't want to draw again. But, the TIFs and 327, maybe to 500K, maybe to 600, whatever. But it'll finally be a total of 5 million with the big ones coming on toward the end.
Yeah.
But no, that was not factored.
And I'll just add, Rebecca Jane Justice is going to be presenting a little bit about our public-private partnerships in the second half of the presentation, showing some of our priorities and so forth. Also, it used to be, and years ago when we were more eager to we really wanted to get people to come develop in Knoxville, and not many people were. We would have 25, 30-year pilots. Now they're typically 10 years or less, and so we're not used to seeing them roll off because some of the old ones just haven't yet. They won't even roll off for another 10, 15 years. But some of the ones that started 10 years ago, 15 years ago are starting to roll off. But it's going to be very beneficial, but it's a few years out.
And that was done back then. I remember when I was going to UT back in the 70s that, everybody just went to the Strip and stuff. Nobody went over here on Market Square and everything. Well, now, yeah, there's some activity on the Strip. Most of it's happening up here. And that was because a lot of public financing assistance deals were cut with some of the developers up here that made some pretty nice things. So that happened under previous administrations way back. But there is a reason to use TIFs and pilots. So I don't like seeing the money go out the door on TIFs and stuff or tax abatement from pilots. But in the end, if you take the long view, if it's the right one, you're going to make money in the end. Right, RJ? Okay. This is something Kitron alluded to earlier. I'm just going to kind of break it down as I'm getting ready close to wrapping up. We've got $84 million in different types of fund balance for extreme circumstances. And that goes to this required 20% that we spent an accounting term called committed fund balance. And that's that stabilization account that council put in with a resolution many, many councils ago. It comes to 64.6 million. That also, that 84 million has in it that 5% that we set aside for best practices, of 5% of the equivalent of the general fund, that's 16.2 million for this FY. And remember, Kitchen described that was a larger number that's unassigned, but that's because of the encumbrance rollovers. But it's 16.2 is 5% of the general fund. And then you got 1% that is required, I don't remember if it's charter or ordinance, Charles probably knows off the top of his head. He may have written it. But 3.2 million also is included in the 84 million. But that 30.6 million, I mean, I kick and scream when we get into that, but we do have that, and it is relatively flexible. If we decided we wanted to buy whatever, we could use that. Anyway, so we have healthy reserves. A lot of people don't have that. They're living off credit card, living off debt payments and stuff like that. So we're not in that situation. I'm going to summarize here. I am cautiously optimistic. The state has used a term for the budget for this coming year as precariously positive. Well, I don't like that. I would say more cautiously optimistic, okay? And the reason I say that is what I just talked about. The blue things are good, the red things are not so good. We've got a healthy fund balance and reserves. We've got a lot of money there. We also have a sound debt portfolio and bond ratings. I think that really opened up eyes. It's the first time we've ever showed it compared to our sister cities in the state. And it opened my eyes. Because that's, when you get together with a bunch of other finance people, they're not going to tell you that. Sales tax and property tax still growing, albeit at a slower rate, at least for the sales tax. Our pension fund remains strong. And, the liabilities that we have for that are minuscule compared to many places. On the other hand, inflation projection 2.5% across state. I think ours, if you go back to my forecast slides, probably going to be around 3.1, 3.2%, okay? Operating costs are rising. That's my biggest concern on the slide. That's my biggest one right there. And then we have growing deferred maintenance. It gets a little bigger. You put a dent in it each year, but it keeps on growing. So all this comes down to we're solid financial position, but we are probably going to have a tighter budget year this coming FY27 than we've had in a while. But we are in solid financial position. And here's the timeline for what happens next. The mayor mentioned a few of these, but I'm going to hit a couple things. We're here at the budget retreat. 4th and 5th, the mayor's budget hearings, that's something, council, if you want to go to that, you can. But what that's going to be is, that's going to be the department directors talking about the operating and personnel requests that they put in for FY27. And they're briefing that to the mayor, and the mayor is able to ask questions. And it's good she's running it instead of me. Because
otherwise the answer would always be no.
pretty much. In fact, we were telling Peter Arons no on something yesterday. Anyway, I'm sorry?
Nope. The final slide, boys.
Yes. It's 5th and 6th. Please scratch that, put 5th and 6th. I don't remember what changed, but something did change. 5th and 6th of March. But this didn't change. The April 24th, the mayor's State of the City address, that's where you all will get your proposed budgets. And Kitchener and I will be running around with our staff trying to find each of you come into a crowd of hundreds of people. But we'll get them to you. Then you have the first reading of the budget and tax ordinances occurs on May 28th. And then you have the legislative budget hearings. I put tentative, man, because when Vice Mayor, that'll be your call. Right now, I'm thinking it's May 7th. If you change that, we'll put the word out. So that's
I've been told by the city recorder that's when it is.
very good then. Very good then. Also, Knox Planning is going to hear our vote on our CIP sometime in May. The second reading of the budget and tax ordinances occurs in 4 weeks after the first reading. It used to be after 2 weeks, but of course, 4 weeks later. And this is the last day to approve the budget and tax ordinances. You may say, well, that sounds a little strange, and maybe it is, depends on your background. But in the charter, I think it says that our proposed budget has to be approved on that date. Now, it may change from the first reading till that date, and the second reading and so forth, but it's got to be approved on that date. Otherwise, proposed equals actual, okay? We don't have continuing resolutions and stuff like you do at the federal government that I used to live to. It has to be approved by that date by the charter. So just FYI, and it's always done in plenty of time for that. That's nothing to, I just wanted to bring that up in case you hear that. And then we begin the new FY and everything.
Mr.
begins
Swanson
all
has a
over
comment, maybe a retort.
Not a retort.
Yes.
Just that you've got the second reading will be 4 weeks later. There has to be an action by council postponing it, which you'll probably do at the same time you pass it on first reading. You're required to pass it on first reading on April the 28th. You are not required to postpone it for an additional 2 weeks, but that has been the general concept of what has happened in the last several years.
Yeah.
And that's what we would anticipating in this time, but it's not legally required. If you don't postpone it for another 2 weeks, then it will come back in 2 weeks.
Understood.
Also, just for clarification, it is a charter requirement. The 1% is a charter requirement, and it was passed sometime in the 60s, I think, and I probably did not write it.
Understood, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Parker?
Could council get an updated general fund for year forecast once the budget is created? So we can update those
The revenue
Projections.
projections, or what do you mean?
and
do that?
expenditures.
That'll be,
Based upon the
yeah, part of the whole budget process. That's something we prepare.
No,
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
talking about the 4-year forecast.
No, I got you. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Got
Thank
it.
you.
Got it.
All right,
Yes, ma'am.
Boyce,
That is.
thank you very much. Really appreciate the finance team, Boyce, Kitron, great presentation. We're going to take about a 20-minute break. Use that time to refresh yourself, eat, grab lunch. But we do need to start back here. Even if you bring your lunch to the table for a working, you can eat while other people talk. Please be back at your seats at 11:30. Thanks. We're just inviting everybody to sit back down. I know we all like our social time, me too, but I know we also have a lot of information we want to share with you guys. We've got a few council members still gathering their lunches. So, council members, I just wanted to, this first part was a little bit technical about our fiscal situation mid-year through this fiscal year. I thought Boyce and Kitron, set forth what we're working with here. And before we go into sort of some of our progress on investments and public safety and housing and in our people and places, I thought I'm a history major, and I believe it's really important to sort of understand a little bit about where we've been as we continue to always evolve and improve. So we put together, and by we I mean our comms team, put together a little video just sort of showcasing some of the ways that we've prioritized city investments over the last 6 years. And so we thought we'd share that, and then we'll delve into some more information. So Kristen, if you could run the video, please.
I guess you guys would like audio.
Yeah, audio's good. I hear good things about that. And meantime, to the special events team who helped set everything up in here and brought our breakfast and lunch. Thank you, Kendra and everybody. This is a retreat. We're not in like some exotic place, but it is supposed to be, we're supposed to have a little fun and relax and eat and, enjoy each other's company while we talk about important issues. So let's have a little review while we're finishing our lunches.
To take a step forward, you sometimes must look back.
I, India Kincannon.
December 2019 started out like any other administration, but just weeks in, things took a turn that no one could have expected.
Tracking coronavirus for you tonight, a case of COVID-19 now reported in Knox County.
While our country debated over toilet paper supplies, essential employees, and social distancing, the city actually needed to come together more than ever before.
And remember, even as we practice social distancing, we are still stronger together.
We are proud to say that during those unprecedented times, the services that residents count on never halted. Food distribution amped up, and city council meetings continued on, and some nights, on and on and on. Seriously, despite the tough start, Knoxville was resilient. With council support, investments in core priorities did not wane over the past 6 years. From authorizing KPD's first body-worn cameras, to the opening of the public safety complex, to hiring a new chief.
It is my honor to introduce our next police chief, Paul Noel.
Launching the Office of Community Safety and Empowerment, dropping crime numbers, getting up to fully authorized staff for the first time in a decade, new incentives for advanced EMTs and paramedics.
3, 2, 1.
And breaking ground on the city's first new fire station in more than 30 years. We have lived up to our promise that public safety is job number one. Another top priority was tackling the housing crisis. Mayor Kincannon and City Council started the Affordable Housing Fund, committing an additional $50 million to affordable housing. The administration also rolled out the Attainable, Resilient Knoxville Housing Plan, joined forces with the county and opened up the Joint Office of Housing Stability. And while there's still a lot of work to be done, the results can be seen across the city.
3, 2, 1, out.
In all, more than 3,000 new homes have been built in the last few years. And let's not forget the amazing public spaces that help make our city a great place to live, work, and have some fun. And of course, everything in between as well. The bottom line, together, we have a lot to be proud of, and a lot we still want to do, and we're looking forward to doing it together.
Thank you. I sort of feel like that video, captures a lot of what we're about to talk about, but it's looking backwards, and we're about to continue to look forward. And I look forward to working with all 9 of you, and particularly welcoming the 5 new members of council. All of you, I'm sure, have been following what's been happening in the city the last 6 years, but sometimes in the midst of, focus on the issue of the day, I think it's good to take a minute or two to look back and sort of think about all that we have accomplished, because otherwise we, I don't know, it's just easy to forget the positives, and people tend to focus on what's this pothole that hasn't been fixed yet, and it's like, oh, these 1,000 other potholes were fixed already, just as an example. So anyhow, who's going to be moving my slides? Will you just do it?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead. Chief of Staff, other duties as assigned. So then if there's a problem, it's on you. Anyhow, I'm not sure why it's not showing the full screen, but I can talk about this even as he goes to the presentation mode. Hopefully you all are familiar with this document. We have it posted all around city offices. It's a document that we worked with collaboratively several years ago to just focus on what our underlying purpose, mission, priorities, and values are. I think, you all know, number 1 mission is provide essential services, build and maintain infrastructure, facilitate solutions, and create opportunities. And our priorities right there, you can see them: public safety, healthy, connected neighborhoods, clean and resilient future, thriving businesses and good jobs, and good governance. And that's how we try to put all of our budget investments are categorized on those. Like when people present their budget requests to me during the budget hearings, they will say this is part of public safety or healthy and connected neighborhoods. And a lot of times the investments cover more than one of those categories, because most of our things are a little more complicated than that. So Next slide, please. Okay, see, that's okay. Okay, the next slide just says safety is job number one. So we'll talk a little bit about our public safety improvements, but while David is working on that, I'm gonna give you guys, because I know time will get short and we'll be a little bit rushed at the end, I wanna tell you what's in your gift from me today is a book. I'm a big reader. I love to read. And believe it or not, I like to read books like this for pleasure. This is called Stuck. I'm in the last chapter, which the first several chapters, all the chapters are about sort of how we have gotten to this place where we have struggles to maintain enough housing for the people. And not just, obviously it's not about Knoxville in particular, it's about our whole nation's history of zoning and land use and how today's solutions become tomorrow's problems. It's really good context, and I think some of you know, and I know you're going to have a workshop on planning issues in the near future, but one of my key goals in my last 22 months as mayor is to dedicate a lot of time and energy on updating the comprehensive plan. And as we embark on that, I think it's good to have context, and this book is my gift to you. I hope you'll read it or skim it at least, and when we meet, I'd love to discuss it with you, hear your thoughts on it. I think it really captures to me some of the history of why things are the way they are, and helps us maybe as we embark on this updating of the comprehensive plan, because that will set the tone for how we use our land and transportation, infrastructure, and hopefully in a positive way for the next couple generations. We haven't updated it in over 20 years, so enjoy the book. We can have a little mini book club, whatever. I think it's really well written, and it's written in a very accessible narrative style. All right, David, that was your chance to fix the technical problems. Anyhow, so I want to delve into public safety. Chief Noel couldn't be here today, but he obviously is a big part of that, and Assistant Chief David Powell's here, and obviously Chief Sharp and LaKenya Middlebrook. Those are our three city leaders who lead us with our departments that focus first and foremost on safety. But in the interest of time, and because it's something I care about all these things so much, but I just wanted to be the lead on this, and if there are particular questions for those individuals, they can field them when we get through it. So if you'll move to the next slide, please, David. Yep. There we go. Okay, community safety and empowerment. This is led by LaKenya Middlebrook and her team. This is something, as you all know, in 2020, we had the most number of homicides ever in the history of Knoxville, and it was a very hard time. And then 2021 was even worse. We had, I believe, 40 homicides that year. And since that time, we have started the Office of Community Safety, which is now combined with the Office of Community Safety and Empowerment. And thanks to council's support, with words and money, not just lip service, but actually backing up with investments, we have worked to reduce homicides by over 26%. Non-fatal shootings are also down 27%. And those trends continue. We also have, so crime is down, trust is up, because solving crimes, and the whole reason we started the Office of Community Safety is because law enforcement can't do it alone. And I'm confident that the reason our solve rates and even prevention rates are down is because the community has more confidence in the city, in policing, and when they have information about things they're concerned about, they feel more comfortable sharing with that. And I give a lot of credit to LaKenya Middlebrook and her team for making that possible. And one thing it says, one thing we've learned is that the vast majority of people in our city are law-abiding people who just want to live their lives and have a sense of safety when doing it. So one of the things we've done is focus on those people who are most most at risk of committing violence or being victims of violence. And that is working. So we're focusing on the high-risk people and then giving some extra tender love and care. That's why we call it Project TLC, to neighborhoods that experience greater than average crime. And we've had great success in the first 3 ones, which are, there's a area near 5 Points in East Knoxville, and then our second one was Western Heights, and then our third one is Montgomery Village. Those have been, East Knoxville was first, and then those other 2 have been up and running about a year. And in the next year, we hope to expand to a 4th site, probably in the Lonsdale community. But so it's working, and we just need to, make sure that we don't stop doing it one place and put, because just because it's working doesn't mean we need to stop the interventions. It means it's working, we need to keep doing it, and then expand it when we have the capacity to do so. Next slide, please. Our empowerment work is also really important. This oversees the Police Advisory and Review Committee, and Jared and Josie are a great team over there. Our Neighborhood Advisory Council, the Office of Community Empowerment oversees a lot of community engagement things that the people who are involved in those really appreciate it, and they send, their ambassadors from their communities to the city and vice versa. They share information, hopefully quell misinformation, and are just good resources to get information about city programs and help us understand what the needs of the community are. That includes the Empower Knox Roundtable, the African American Equity Restoration Task Force, and I've always believed in investing in people, particularly young people, because pretty soon they'll be sitting at this table, and we want them to feel like this city is here for them, and they're going to be our future leaders. So we have done Building Strong Neighborhood Organizations, Emerging Leaders for young adults, and then Summer in the City, paid jobs. These are not volunteer internships. We pay people because we don't want salary or wages to be a barrier. So we know some neighborhoods is very robust and well-organized neighborhood organizations. Others need a little support for that. So we have some programs for that too. Next slide. The work plan for the coming year: expand Project TLC, continue to support and expand the group violence reduction ecosystem, maintain support for community organizations. And I do want to give a shout out to LaKenya and her team. Just last night, we did something that has been on the list of our group violence reduction strategy, which was a call-in, is what we call it, where we invite people at risk of committing violence to come and offer them an opportunity, a challenge, and a choice. Like we know that you're at risk of committing crimes and committing violence and either ending up in jail or dead or killing someone, and we're not going to let that happen. And so here's an opportunity if you need help with mental health resources, housing, transportation, that sort of thing, and putting together that network of social service providers. So we've always had the sticks, putting together the possibilities of carrots to let people make that choice with support. We've been working several years to make that happen, and last night was the first call-in, and I was really pleased with that. I was able to meet with the people we invited and break bread with them, and it went really well. So we're going to continue to repeat those and improve and move forward with our group violence reduction plans. Yes?
Would you mind sharing with us a little bit about how the city and partners identify these individuals and what makes an individual at risk of committing violence?
Yeah, that's Ms. Middlebrook and Assistant Chief Powell work closely on shooter reviews and so forth, but if you could speak to the specifics of that.
Yeah, so it's individuals who are at high risk for being involved in violence, either as potential perpetrators or especially victims. And most of that information comes from their past association or connection to recent incidents and associations and affiliations. We rely on intelligence both from law enforcement, but also working with our community-based partners and referrals in conversation with them. Some of our direct engagements are on a one-on-one basis, but where appropriate, and as Mayor mentioned, this was an opportunity to bring a handful of people together in the same space and connect them with service providers in a very direct way in real time.
And as we know from our problem analysis, most people who commit fatal shootings or non-fatal shootings have been involved in the justice system at least 7 times. Sometimes they've been incarcerated and come out, and so we work together with various partners in the justice system and LaKenya's team to identify those. And no one has to come; they're invited; they're not required.
And the last time I heard an update, the program was getting started, and I believe one identified person had taken advantage of the services offered.
We've done more. We've had more custom notifications, and now our first call-in. How many people have accepted services to date? Do you know off the top of your head? If not, we can get it to you guys.
I'm sorry, I don't remember off the top of my head. I have a million numbers for
well,
it, but I can get it to you. It's I know it's. I don't want to state a number, but we've had a significant number. We'll get that information
to you and the rest of the council next week. But it takes a while to build out that capacity and have the services ready. Our partners. So it took a while. Slow is smooth and smooth is fast. We don't want to tell people we have services and then not be able to deliver. So putting together that ecosystem's been a lot of work, but it is yielding some really positive results. Any other questions before we move on to fire? Okay. Chief Sharp and his team are doing a great job getting us ready for the Knoxville Fire Department of the future. We are trying to attract and retain great firefighters, and there's a new academy graduation next week. You're all invited. We're already trying to recruit for the next year's academy. We had a really great event at the Expo Center last year that was in partnership with communications and HR and civil service, and we had about 300 people come through and express interest and get excited about a career in the fire department, and we're going to have another one of those recruiting expos later this month. So once people know about these opportunities and the benefits and what they would be doing, we get a lot of highly qualified recruits, and we want to keep moving that forward. And I know Mr. Lloyd told me that when he was a young man, he considered a career in the fire department, but we weren't hiring at the time, so we missed out on you. But we're going to keep having these academies because we need to replace the people who are retiring, and we want to make sure to attract and retain talented people, particularly when possible, kids who are from the Knoxville city or at least the Knoxville area, because they love where they are from. And but we welcome all qualified candidates. A few years ago, we proposed in the budget and council supported more pay for people who are earning their advanced EMT and paramedics because over 2/3 or maybe 3/4 of our calls are medical in nature. We do still fight fires and hazardous material accidents and car crashes, but 2/3 or more of the calls are medical, and we wanted our pay to reflect that need. And we don't want to misrepresent when people are being recruited that they're going to be fighting fires every day, because fortunately, thanks to better safety standards, fires aren't that common anymore. We need to be prepared for those, but that's working. More and more people are getting their advanced EMT. We're able to do it in-house. Many of you may know, is he a captain? Andy Link, firefighter Andy Link, whatever his, Andy Link is a great teacher, and we can offer that advanced EMT training in-house, and every class is full, and we're continuing to offer those classes. The paramedic training has to be done externally, and we offer more pay once you earn that, but because it's a year-long process and even bigger time commitment. But more people are taking advantage of that, and that means not that we're just paying them more, is that they can do more to save lives, administer more types of medicine, more devices, things that I don't really understand all the technical stuff. Chief Sharp, Chief Compton, and Chief Cheeseman can, you're gonna have one of your orientation sessions dedicated 100% just to fire service and emergency services. So they can tell you a little bit more about the things that advanced EMTs can do, and more of them can do it now. Leadership is important in our fire department, as in every other part of the city. And for the first time, we have a leadership training class that we are offering for our firefighters. And guess what? They all want to do it. It was a sold-out class, full to the brim, and we're going to keep offering that. And we want our firefighters to have great career paths. Next slide. As you all know, you approved money for an updated strategic plan, and this is going to help us understand the fire department we need for the future, the right size vehicles, the right type of personnel, the right pay structures and that sort of thing. So that's already underway. There's meetings with our rank and file. Chief Sharp, are the consultants going to be meeting with council members? If they,
Yeah, it's my understanding they reached out to the council members already, and they may have met with some of them, or maybe virtually. If not, they will be contacting you when they return to town, so.
Okay. And also we are underway, construction, the footers have been put into the new fire station number 6 in Burlington. You can see a rendering of that. That's going to be open this calendar year. I'm really excited about that. Anything else to add, Chief Sharp, before we move to police? Any questions on fire department?
Chief Sharp, hi, how are you? How many firefighters do we have? We talk a lot about authorized force for KPD. What's our target head count for fire service?
327 uniform is what we're budgeted for.
And how many do we have?
And we're down, I think it's either 10 or 11 right now.
And your, and Christy might remember this from pension, and you're likely or eligible to retire
I think about
is
30.
what?
30?
I don't have those figures
Including
right in front of me.
you.
It
I
is,
know.
yes.
I think we just had a figure in pension board yesterday, and I think it was 30.
Christy?
Okay.
Okay, just shout out when you get it. Thank you. I'm sorry, but I just think
We need to keep having
hence the
academies.
recruiting and the academies is a
Yes,
good thing.
yeah, it is very important. We have a large number, a really large number. They're eligible to retire, and we're going to have probably 10 to 15 almost every year start retiring is what we're expecting.
Okay, that's good enough. Thank you.
Right. That's why we never stop recruiting. We're going to have, there were some years in the past where we didn't have any academies, and we're having academies every year. And then, any other questions for Chief Sharp? Yeah.
Just, we currently have 23 firefighters on the job. There are 45 eligible to retire.
Okay.
And add within the next year is 16, so about 50.
We skew towards very experienced firefighters, I guess. Sometimes it's like that barbell. We have a lot of new ones and a lot of experienced ones and a little dip in the middle. Yeah, Ms. Adams.
When do you expect the study to be done?
It is later this year. I think the deadline is going to be May. It's May or June. It should be done and be ready to be rolled out, so.
Okay.
Any other questions for Chief Sharp? Okay, let's move on to KPD. As we mentioned when we talked about the Office of Community Safety and Empowerment, public safety is a effort of fire, police, and the community. And KPD has been doing a great job. The homicides are down, the lowest since 2016. Non-fatal shootings, you can read that. And the Project TLC is a combined effort of, codes enforcement, removing abandoned cars, litter pickups, that sort of thing, but also more visible, directed police patrols, including on foot. And that's not to arrest more people. It's just people feel safer when they see a police officer in uniform walking around their street. There's evidence that shows even a marked police vehicle driving through your neighborhood deters crime for at least a half an hour or more thereafter. So we have great data that show that these patrols, the higher visibility, the community members in the Project TLC neighborhoods like it, and it's not resulting in more citations, it's resulting in more safety. And when we're not just guessing about that, we have surveyed residents in those communities, and they like seeing it. And now instead of worrying about violence in their communities, they're worried about things all of our neighborhoods talk about, which is like speeding and litter and that sort of thing. So to me, that's a positive sign. People feel safer. Next slide.
Okay.
Oh, sure.
Just in terms of the citations and stops, it would be helpful to look at those numbers at some point, because I looked at them recently and thought that I saw an increase. I went to a community meeting with the East District officers, and there were concerns about stops being made in East Knoxville. And when you see a stop, you'll see 6 or 7 cars, KPD patrol, participating in that stop. And during that conversation, it was stated there's a lot of new officers being trained right now, and so that's why there are a lot of officers arriving at the same time to one stop. It's like a training. But that was one concern that I'd heard raised in the community about the police presence, but I thought I'd seen some numbers going up, and I think it would be important to look into that.
Chief Powell, maybe we can, if you have it today, great, but otherwise next week, if you could share, because I've heard those updates at our leadership, violence reduction leadership team meetings about the citations in our Project TLC zones that, mostly we give warnings or just like our way, like get to know people.
True. So this last reporting period, overall citywide, the numbers were up because you have 2-man cars. And because of the FTO programs, we've hired over 120 people, 119 in the past year. So you've got FTOs out in the street, but Mayor, you're correct. The one thing that was encouraging to me, the major increase was within warning citations. I don't have the exact numbers from how much they were up, but there was a slight increase. But a lot of that, we just talked about that because I asked that very question, why are these increases here? And I think it was last week, the last couple of weeks they were up. And that's because these FTOs were in their 4th phase. So in that 4th phase, they're looked at and they're graded on what type of interactions that they do with the community. And so a lot of that kind of pushes that, but it is slightly up, but it was just for the couple-week period.
And Chief Powell, just remind us, how many weeks is the academy, and then you earn your badge and a gun and arresting authority, but we don't let you out on your own. How long is FTO training?
So the
academy
is 6 months.
Okay.
Close to 6 months, and then from there you go into about, if you pass everything and there's no problems at all, it's about a 4.5 to 5 month
field training
officer. And then once you graduate from there, you're still on probation where you're really looked at with a sergeant or a supervisor. So for instance, after you come out of the FTO program, I'm not able, or I wouldn't be able to go out here and work a secondary employment job because you still have to work under the guidance of a field supervisor. So
I think that's really reassuring.
Yes, absolutely it is.
Just because you've been through all that training, it's still nice to have a more senior and more experienced person guide you.
Or if you're like me that's been out of patrol so long, I really need a supervisor to watch over me as well, right?
So I think since we are, I'm really proud of our efforts at Project TLC. If, Ms. Middlebrook and Chief Powell, if you could, compile the results of our directed patrols and foot patrols, how many we've done, what the number of, what the results are of those. I've seen them presented during our monthly meetings, but we should share that with council too, because I think they'll be glad to see those results.
One other thing that would be helpful is just understanding how the city and partners are, ensuring constitutional rights are upheld throughout this process. Because we do have a constitutional right to freedom of association. So when association is used as a major justification.
We never use association. I don't know what that means.
Oh, that was from our Project TLC conversation about how do we identify.
Project TLC is place-based. Those are specific few block areas, Montgomery Village, Western Heights, and the 7 to 8 block area in East Knoxville.
And when I raised the question about how, those who might be involved in violence in the future are identified, part of that answer was based on associations, past criminal history. And I just wanted, to hear from the city how that is being approached to ensure that it's not a broad application of community associations.
Yeah, absolutely. I think maybe Deputy Chief Joe McHale can provide an email response to that later, again next week. But yes, constitutional rights are important, and being a member of any association, even if you call yourself a gang, is not illegal. There's nothing wrong with that. So we don't want to be using that kind of thing to bring people in any way. So. Chief McHale, Chief Powell, would you ask your follow up with that as well?
I will, absolutely.
All right. Chief Noel always talked about the 4 C's, and 2 of those C's are culture and career. The others are fighting, crime fighting and community. So we talked a little bit about those, and now, as you all know, we celebrated at a council meeting. We're fully staffed for the first time in many, many years. That's a really big deal. Again, it took a lot of work. It took pay raise, but also making people feel like this police department is innovative, constitutional, fair, and supported by the city. And so I want to thank council for making that possible. We have, for the first time ever, the Police Academy is basically an adult learning institution, and yet we've never had someone who's a specialized adult in education leading that. We have very talented people leading it, but having someone who has expertise in adult education is a new thing. So we have a curriculum administrator. She came from a role at Pellissippi. She started in a month. She's a few weeks in. So I think that will be good. We talked about leadership training with the fire department. We also have various leadership opportunities for our police officers. The Tri-City Police Leadership Academy is with Nashville, Louisville, and Knoxville. And it's particularly for sergeants and lieutenants. Is that right, Chief Powell? Yes. It's an opportunity to just strengthen those direct supervisors, because they have a lot of responsibility and want to make sure that they support our officers, but particularly because we have so many people who are, in their first 5 years of serving. And the better their sergeants are, the better their lieutenants are, the better they'll be. So we're really pleased to have that leadership academy. And it's also good, to learn from our peer cities. Those 2 cities are bigger than us, but we're learning from them, and they're learning from us too. We have weekly CompStat meetings and are doing better just across the city. We're doing better at using the data we collect, and KPD is as well. Next slide. Question, sure.
Yeah, so I'm going to be a broken record, and this is basically for the 5 new people here, because I don't expect this to happen within the next budget cycle, or maybe even before I'm off council. But it is great that we are fully staffed at KPD. However, that level was set eons ago when our population was much smaller and our special events and visitors to the city were much smaller. So I just think, get ready, because at some point the authorized strength for our police and probably fire too are going to have to be raised at some point, just because of the number of people here and activities that are here. So, it's great that we've met it, but I just think need to go on record that this is going to have to be dealt with, because when was that last set, Chief?
20 years ago, probably.
It's actually, it came down. It was higher and then they brought it down. So, but it probably goes
Under Mayor
back
Haslam.
Yeah.
a long ways. But I mean, if you want to raise this to 450, all councils here, we can go ahead and do that now.
And it is a public notice meeting, but
yeah, that's a good
this
point.
isn't on the agenda to talk about, and therefore I'll be in violation of the Sunshine Law.
Ms. Adams.
Yeah, I appreciate, Vice Mayor, if you could bringing that up, just to make sure that we're aware of when those were set, so that where we are now may be a reflection of we accomplished something that was long
We
ago.
were way far behind.
But that, I just want to make sure that in the study that fire is doing, that would be an opportunity to have that reset. So we would have a more accurate number at this point. Okay.
Yeah, Chief Powell.
So I want to throw something in that's different in the fire and police world than it is in the normal business world. So in our world, if somebody resigns, we just had an officer turn in his resignation, give us a 2-week resignation. And so he will be leaving in 2 weeks. To replace him, what it would take for us, if I want to start an academy, we start the interview process. So it takes 4 months to start the interview process to get to the academy. And then once they sit down in academy, it's 6 months there. So we're up to 10 months now. And then once they finish the academy, there are another 4 to 5 months in the FTO program. So when this guy resigns and we've got 2 weeks, I'm looking at 12 to 13 months to replace him. Now, the catch of this is not only is he gone, but that's typically happening. We lose 30 to 40 officers a year, okay, with either retirements, resigning, terminations, whatever the case may be. So you get that loss, and I can't just start an academy for one person. So we have to wait till we get to the point where we can at least, I may shoot for 30, and by the time the academy's over, I may end up graduating 19. So I'm constantly losing on average 30 to 40 officers a year. What happens is with that, who I hire today really doesn't affect me until 2027. So it's really tough to stick in that 415 or that whatever 337 you guys are. It's tough to stay in that realm there, and we certainly don't want to get back to where we were. The mayor knows the headaches we brought to her daily when we were so low. So when we talk about, and expanding, that's not only great for the citizens, but it makes budget or it makes staffing much easier, and I'm sure the chief would agree, because we've got that long process to replace. Somebody's messing with me, so I can feel it. So I'll stop. Is that
I think that's probably Chief Noel.
Well,
I wouldn't have to speak.
look, you both, thank you, Vice Mayor and Chief Powell, for bringing that up. It is important context for us all to remember. We could use more police officers, more firefighters, more sidewalks, more everything. But also we have to have a balanced budget, and people don't like taxes. So, this is why we're having this retreat, to go through some of these challenges. The needs always exceed our available resources. Ms. Parker, do you have a question?
Well, 2 questions to follow up on what was just shared. Is it a similar process for the lateral hires, or is that a shorter process?
It's shorter, but it's similar, because they still have, the post still makes them go through so many hours through the academy, and they still have to do an FTO program, because most of the laterals you get is from out of state, and so they still got to learn Tennessee law and how we do business.
So it's still like 2 months or more for a lateral.
It's actually up to 3 to almost 4 months is what they're in.
And we did do some lateral recruiting, but that's tapered off because we've had better luck attracting new people who, non-laterals. So we're open to all of it, though.
And I've been confused about the numbers because we're still waiting for the March Academy to complete. Is that correct? Or is...
Yeah, well, there'll be one completing in March.
And it's after that academy completes, we're waiting to hear who's going to stick around following the academy. Is that how the process works?
No, ma'am, so I don't understand stick around. I hope they all stick around.
Well,
We got a lot invested in them.
one complaint that had been brought to council was that we, to raise the salaries, was that we provide such a great training to officers. So many officers will go through the training, go through the academy, but then take a job where they can get better pay, better benefits.
So no, I haven't, and I was first introduced or promoted in the command staff in 2014. I've seen that twice happen. So it's not usually a big, now typically people are joining, they're not joining like I did for a lifetime career. It's about 5 to 7 years is what they're staying, and then they're moving on to other things.
And I would say we're among the best paid police and fire in the region. Sometimes people leave to go to Y-12 because the federal pay is higher. It's a boring job and they don't like it as much, but they get more pay. So we do lose some people to those federal jobs.
So it's hard to hit that target number, but you anticipate taking into consideration the 30 people who we may lose this year and the folks coming out of the academy, that we will be up to full staff at the end of March.
Yes.
March 5th, when they graduate, we'll be at full staff.
Yeah. All right, next, the plan, upcoming plan is to continue to hire and retain top talent, as we've been discussing, expand Project TLC. It's really important, just like for all of our city employees, that people have a wellness plan and support. So, whether that's fitness, nutrition, gyms, and so forth, we're going to delve into that more. Move forward with the technological tools that council has approved, including the Real-Time Information Center and drones as first responder. And then we have the long-term plan, and Chief Powell's been immersed in this, is adopting a records management system, which sounds as, it's not, glamorous, but it's, we're way out of date with the way we manage our records. And that's also part of the Axon contract. And we hope that that's going to be up and running this calendar year.
September.
Okay. All right.
In the minutes.
All right. Any other questions for Chief Powell or me about police? All right, let's move on. Next, public safety is super important, and I would say when you talk to people around the city after public safety, housing is on their minds. And Kevin DeBose and the Housing and Neighborhood Development team are going to share with us our investments on the housing side. Mr. DeBose, you have the floor.
Here's a mic. Okay. All right. Okay, can everyone hear me? All right, we have a wonderful story to tell with regard to housing. A couple key highlights. But before I go there, I want to let you know what our department's goals are. Number one goal is to keep people in their homes. Number one goal. The way to make sure that we don't have additional homeless folks is to keep them safely housed. Number two, and this is sort of a new role for our department, is to encourage housing development. And it's been the housing crisis that has introduced this new task for us. And so we'll talk a little bit more about that later. And then finally, we want to transform blighted properties. There are not a lot of green fields in our city. We are kind of landlocked in that we can't annex. But what we do have is a lot of infill properties, a lot of underutilized properties along commercial corridors, and a lot of constrained properties from a topography standpoint and other reasons. A couple key highlights. Together, we have built or preserved 3,400 housing units since 2019. That is a huge number. And I think we should be all proud of that. And we've leveraged $900 million in other dollars. Our $50 million has leveraged $900 million. 6 new permanent supportive housing projects across town, dispersed. We've done a supportive housing project for seniors. We've done it for the chronic homeless, those who've been homeless for more than 1 year. We've done one for veterans. And our latest project for youth is the first of its kind in the nation. So we're leaders in this supportive housing. Permanent supportive housing and supportive housing is the answer to homelessness. Next slide. I want to spend some time here because, I've heard a little confusion about affordable housing and what that means. And then we also use the term attainable housing. I want to just talk about it for a few minutes so that you can see what's available, what our strategy looks like. So this 0 to 30% of the area median income, what HUD calls is extremely low income. All right, and pretty much folks who are in that category need public housing, need some sort of assistance. Then there's the next category, 30 to 60% of the AMI. That's more of your low income. And, these are working folks. And we've really increased the number of units geared. Pretty much everything in our affordable housing fund has helped folks 60% of the area median and below. And that 60 to 80% of the area median income is also eligible for a lot of our assistance, including a lot of assistance from our owner-occupied standpoint. We have internal programs that help homeowners keep their homes in addition to the Affordable Housing Fund. And moving down here, pretty much anything below 80% is eligible for our Affordable Housing Fund. So please know that of the $46 million that we've invested, every single dollar went to, folks our projects who would benefit persons below 80% of the area median income. And a high percentage of them are below 60% of the area median income. This attainable housing, it's a group that's hard to help because your federal programs, your Affordable Housing Fund is not eligible for that. That's where our public partnerships come in. And we believe that we need to build more housing to free up housing in this area. In fact, I think now the greatest pain is in this area because of the housing prices and the rent prices. And so our public-private ship helps this group. But please know that all of our affordable housing, all 3,400 units, I should say, have had some sort of involvement from our public-private partnerships. So for all of the market rate units and others that are helped, the majority of them have an affordable housing bed. For example, on Western Avenue, you have Ridgebrook, right next to CAC. Well, that's it's a $20 million development, if I remember correctly, a renovation. All they needed from us was some tax freeze. And that happened, and those don't come to city council because it's on an expedited state thing. So there's lots of ways through our strategy that we have helped produce that big number. And then our land use, last but not least, is going to help everything. And we're seeing a lot of middle housing development happening, a lot of private developments that are happening based on what's been made available here recently. Next slide. I mentioned the Affordable Housing Fund. We committed to a 10-year, $50 million investment. Well, in 5 years, we're almost there. It's incredible. So we've invested almost $9 million a year. Now, let me say, some of that includes some private investment. We've raised $1.7 million of private money. We've also committed $4 million of federal funds that came to the city in this. But we are keeping our commitment and getting close to doubling it. And what that is paid for, gap financing for about 23 different projects, 6 permanent supportive housing projects, and I'm not counting Serene Manor, which is adjacent to the health department, that we're hoping to, through an RFP process, to find a developer on. That could very well be our 7th. First Creek of Austin and Transforming Western, that's where we are to date. Those numbers are going to swell each budget year. We send some money to East Tennessee Foundation for home ownership programs, and then infill housing initiatives. That's where we're using that private money. And so through that, we're going to bring to council in a few months our first home ownership project. So it's going to be 22 units, I believe, home ownership. Yeah. We've also already bought 2 middle housing to council last year in East Knoxville and North Knoxville. That would not have happened without that private money. So I have the opportunity to be in the public talking about housing and housing instability. And people are blown away when I tell them how much we're spending on homeless, you know. How many of you would have guessed it's $6 million? I don't see any hands. So most of the time I hear folks say, hey, why don't you guys commit some money to homelessness issue? I'm like, hey, we're doing a whole lot. So what does that mean? Starting with housing, we've just in this year, we've committed $2.5 million. And that went to Golden Age 2 for senior supportive housing, Lumen Flats for the first youth supportive housing. We're also participating in what is known as rapid rehousing. These individuals and families who benefit from this money have lost their housing, but the strategy is to get them back in housing very quickly. Okay, and so that's rapid rehousing, and 1.426 million there. Supportive services, every year we pay for on-site services, people who are working with the tenants there to keep them in their homes, to make sure that they're, if there's mental health issues, that there's meds, that they're keeping doctor's appointments and things like that. So we're doing that at Minvilla and been investing in Minvilla for many years. Flinick and Landing, those were the 2 permanent supportive housing projects that existed prior to this administration. We've added 6 since then. We also, with KCDC, have invested in supportive services for the KCDC towers. And with our youth housing demonstration program, we're doing a lot of scattered site, helping young people find and pay for housing there. We've introduced the Office of Housing Stability. And so this year's allocation there is $462,000. What does that pay for? Warming centers, expansion of emergency shelter beds, and OHS administration. And then there's other direct shelter support to Salvation Army, VMC, and Catholic Charities in the amount of $629K. And then we fund the Homeless Management Information System as well. Just that is close to $6 million. I'm sorry, Mayor.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind everybody, you know this, but the Office of Housing Stability has the word joint in front of it because Knox County also contributes, and that's something new and something I'm very grateful for because homelessness is not just a city problem, it's a community problem, and it's really helpful to have Knox County contributing to this and helping us tackle these issues as well.
Thank you, Mayor.
Oh.
Councilman Parker.
I was just wondering if we could get a little bit clarity around what the 462 for warming centers went towards.
Yes. So 300,000 was specifically for additional shelter beds, emergency shelter beds. 132,000 was for administration at OHS. And then this year was the first year we had a dedicated budget line for warming centers, so that was 30,000.
And are we providing any financial support per bed to warming centers?
No, well, Cheryl's raising her hand.
I was just gonna say, that's really,
Yeah.
I think Aaron Reed is here, but
I was just going to say, I think that's really an Office of Housing Stability. We provide the funds. Last year was an increase in the funds of $300,000 specifically that council approved through the budgeting process for shelter beds for this current winter that we have been in. And then the additional 30,000 that Kevin was referencing is primarily for security that is being provided at each of the warming center locations. And of course, we are having a workshop on housing and homelessness that I believe we have scheduled with you all for the end of March. And of course, can get into much more intimate details of that.
Let me say this too about security, and I get this question a lot, and so this will help you answer questions. That is a key expense. So warming centers, by their definition, is housing in non-residential structures. So the challenge there is that your volunteers have to stay up all night because these buildings are not suitable for sleeping overnight. So everyone has to stay up, okay? So our security is the big expense because, you have at least paid staff there that's gonna stay awake. And of course they can handle other things, but that's a very, people shouldn't disregard that security expense.
Ms. Adams?
Yes, I just wanted clarity on it's a shared office, and I appreciate you reminding that it's a co-office with the city and the county. Can you speak to the funding breakdown for that, just in general?
Cheryl, do you know?
Yeah. Sure. Aaron, feel free to make sure I get this right. So last year when we did the increase of, I believe it was $330,000 was an increase specific to the Office of Housing Stability. The county did match that dollar for dollar. And so it was a $660,000 increase to the Office of Housing Stability. And the majority of that has indeed gone specifically to increase shelter beds and to provide security for the warming centers. Aaron?
Aaron, anything to add to that?
A portion of that 600,000 also went to shore up rapid rehousing efforts through CAC. So 170,000 of that went to CAC for rapid rehousing.
Yes.
You got it. Okay, Ms. Parker?
And then does the county contribute to the operating expenses? And is that
Yes.
Yes.
Actually, even more than we do, they fund an additional full-time position.
Awesome. Love it. Okay, so direct shelter support, what does that cover?
So last council meeting, you approved plumbing repairs. So there's some facility upgrades, but there's also some services that we kind of do through our department. So for example, at VMC, it's their dental clinic. So it's a lot of their street outreach, that sort of core business that they're in.
And is that money all allocated through the HUD granting process?
Some of it's local and some of it's federal. Yeah.
And just so council knows, like, you know, we understand that while we have made a lot of adjustments and created new offices and new ways of supporting it, started warming centers, started a seasonal shelter, we know that the needs are continuing to increase, and we want to examine how we're spending these dollars and where we can allocate additional supports in a way that's consistent with the whole budget needs and long-term, short-term affordable housing needs. So we don't have answers, and I know we're going to have a workshop in March to talk about this with you all, but we do anticipate trying to continue to evolve and make improvements in this area.
And last thing I just wanted to say is I'm glad we're having the workshop because there are some, you know, conversations to have around our funding of these issues. And one thing that I've tried to differentiate are those services that are housing related and those services that are like emergency shelter. And that's generally where we've had very limited funds, and our budget is for the emergency shelter services. So I'm really happy to see those increasing within the budget. The $300,000 I was thinking was for a low barrier shelter. So I'm hoping we can get an update on the intended use of those funds, or were they put towards warming centers over this winter?
This, the $300,000 was part of what Ms. Reed was just referencing, went to some transitional housing through CAC. It also has funded, as I know many of you are familiar with, the seasonal shelter. That relaunch has been operating in the former Salvation Army thrift store. It has also gone to fund that, along with, some additional programming of the day space area in that's right adjacent to that particular structure there under the bridge.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, just for the conversation at our workshop, I'm just curious of that continued strategy, because what was listed off doesn't sound like programs like a low barrier shelter where we would be expected to continue supporting that on an annual basis. We know relaunch is closing this month.
Well, of course, at the time that this was initiated, we really wanted to be sure we could cover that seasonal time that is so critical because of the weather. It's not necessarily also limited constraints of funds, and it was really a very high priority of our community to address the day space as well. And so that's why that was listed as a combination priority of those two items. You're absolutely right, though. The timeline is coming quickly to an end, and so there's lots of conversations being had about what is that going to look like. So
I can't see any lights on, but it looks like Charlie, Thomas, you have a question or comment? Yeah,
Yeah, I did. And in regard to the warming centers director, DeBoe, could you speak more about the relationship between the warming centers provided by the city and those provided by the churches?
Yeah, so, you know, my office, very laser focused on housing, and Office of Housing Stability is working as relationship manager with the service providers. So they coordinate all of the warming centers and working directly with the churches and such. And warming centers is part of emergency shelter. So there's emergency shelters in those non-residential buildings. A lot of times there's churches. And then the additional shelter beds that Aaron's working really hard to help get off the ground. But this next slide may help as well, just explain, you know, what that all means. Again, let me remind you that warming centers it's an idea that kind of was tested in churches, and I know my church 10 years ago kind of worked with Carmel on something like that. But in terms of it being official, this has been the first administration to launch something official. And each year we've invested deeper and deeper and deeper in it. And we've funded every requests from the Office of Housing Stability that, in terms of if they need additional funds, pretty much we've met every request that they've made to us. We've worked very closely with Relaunch this year and hope to do more in the next budget year. Worked really closely with the fire department and want to give a shout out to Aaron because, again, these are in churches a lot of times that are 100 years old, and you need to have your fire marshal on board. So they came up with some standards and have progressively improved that, and it will continue to get better. So basically the bed nights in these 3 years have grown from 1,619 to this year counting nearly 6,000. We had a lot of cold weather nights last year. Hopefully we don't have too many more this year.
Mr. Thomas, does that answer your question? I mean, it's.
I guess I was wanting a little bit more detail about what.
Is your microphone on?
Is now. Does the city provide any funding to the churches or volunteers? Or are there requirements that are put on the churches that come from the city? And, several offshoots of that. One of them is the trigger temperature about what the city or the churches may do as far as when they will open their centers. But I guess you hear about what the city does, and then you see that the churches are providing services. And I was just kind of wondering how they meshed and how we're supporting each other.
Yeah. We have paid utility bills. We have invested in cleaning in the past. But the big expense that we take care of is for security. And it is very heavily volunteer-driven by the church body, whomever, Aaron, is there anything you would add to that?
I have a couple of items. Do you want me to
Come on up here. We probably should have been a duet.
Just as a reminder.
Just as a reminder, this is obviously a big topic of interest of the whole city. And we want to answer as many questions as we can today, but we also want to delve into it, dedicate a whole workshop to it as well. So Aaron, if you could provide some information today, and then just know that we'll get more into it when we have the workshop.
I'll keep it real brief. So security is the big contribution of OHS City and County to warming centers. There are a lot of other things that more in-kind support that we provide. Transportation through Knoxville Area Transit is a really big one. They provide free transportation at 3 p.m., starting at 3 p.m. every night that warming centers are open. They provide us with quite a few thousands of single ride bus passes to give to folks in the morning in case they need to be somewhere. We also are doing a lot of in-kind support around food. So through partnerships with UT, United Way, Mobile Meals, being able to provide food for free. OHS does pay a nominal cost to Mobile Meals for that food, but it's provided to the churches for free. And then also communications support. And the 25-degree threshold is something, OHS does kind of enforce that. We enforce that on behalf of the churches because it makes certain that we stay within their capacity for volunteers and space. And every year we have the same conversation, and every year for 3 years, we've settled on that same path simply because churches can't and probably shouldn't be open for 2 months, 2.5 months out of the winter for a variety of reasons. Anyway, that's all.
Yeah, and the city is supporting, it's not a warming center, but it's a seasonal shelter with the relaunch. That's a brand new this year, and it's helping a lot of people stay off the streets during all weather. Charlie, yeah?
Yeah, that was really helpful from both of us because, we're all getting a lot of questions about that. And then
use your microphone, please.
The 25 to 32 debate, I guess, let's call it that. I'm trying to get a little bit more of a hold on that because to me it does seem like 25 is like, and freezing would be more reasonable in my opinion. But, you know, I'm understanding the balance, or trying to understand the balance. Now, is the threshold for opening the centers, is it kind of agreed upon between the city and the churches?
Yes.
But it's based on the input from these people that we're partnering with. Like it's not something that the city said it has to be this or can't be this. It's Erin and her team, I mean, part of the work, instead of, we help with security, we help with KUB, we help with food and transportation. But guess what we help with the most is coordination.
Right. Yes.
And that's what Erin, and you have 2 staff members. It takes a lot of work to figure these things out, and the churches who want to partner with us have worked, these aren't things that we're dictating. It's really in collaboration. There are other churches who might have different standards, and they can open their doors too. Erin, if you could,
Right,
speak,
yeah.
add anything to that. Like, also just know, I mean, we could spend another 2 hours on this today, and
we can on March 25th.
March 25th, okay. Erin, go ahead.
Yes, just very briefly. So 25 is too cold. I think that's obvious to everybody. And that is why the city and the county partnered to try to open some low barrier shelter beds, just as Councilmember Parker was talking about. Finding a location turned out to be our biggest barrier there, and the only location we could find was only available to provide seasonal shelter, so that's what we went with. That seasonal shelter is open every night because we know that 25 is very, very cold. And starting at 32, we do have other shelter surge capacity that opens up. You probably know this, but both CARM and VMC put out the white flag at 32. What that means is they have spaces available all day for people to be indoors and get warm. CARM also opens up about 50 spaces in their chapel when it gets that cold, so they open up some overnight surge capacity. So we do have surge capacity that opens up at 32. We would love more. There's demand for sure. But the 25-degree threshold really is chosen anew every year, or has been, simply because churches can't operate as shelters for a variety of reasons. The biggest reason for that is that it is simply beyond the capacity of not just their volunteers, but their spaces. They do a lot of other things. They have childcare programs, recovery meetings. So I know there's been a lot of debate about it, and honestly, I'm really glad, because I do feel like it's a conversation we need to have. I don't want the brunt of that to fall on churches and volunteers, because that's not fair. So that's where I am on it.
Well, that's been really helpful as far as kind of the context. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Adams, yeah.
I understand why the conversation today focuses on the temperature and the cold, but I just want to mention and make sure that for the workshop that is coming up, that we also get some exposure to just extreme weather in general, because, a few months from now, then we're talking about how hot it is and making sure that people are okay given that extreme. So I don't need you to speak to it at the moment, but if we could have that as a component for the workshop.
Sure.
And just as a reminder, I mean, people are experiencing lack of health care, mental health care. Some people need to be in assisted living, and, these are things that are beyond the scope that the city alone can do. And I just think that's really important. Like, we're all sympathetic, and we need to also be talking to our county, state, federal partners, hospitals and whatnot, because the city can't fix all these problems alone. We have the smallest budget of all those entities. So I think we need to move on. Any final questions?
I had one.
Yes.
Well, I just wanted to clarify, in my meetings with some of the shelter partners, what I've been told is when they are at their emergency capacity, not everyone is getting a bed. There may be some folks who are in the hallways, or not with a proper space. I know that there are certainly limitations on spaces that can serve as warming centers, but it seems to me urgent that we work to find solutions to this issue, that we shouldn't have folks stacked up in hallways during extreme weather events because we have no other options for them. So I think that's really important. You know, we say that folks put out the white flag, but what conditions are people being forced to stay in these overcrowded shelters when we don't have enough beds?
Mr. Lloyd, did you have a question or comment?
I did. I'd like to back up just a quick second to affordable housing. We were looking at percentages of area medium income. What is the area medium income for Knoxville?
That's a very good question. So it's right at 100,000.
For the Knox County.
Yeah.
The city's lower.
A family of 4. Yeah. So good question.
And those are all defined by HUD and set by HUD, not the city.
Yeah.
There's a chart, Kevin, correct, that shows number of people in the household, number of wage earners, et cetera, that determines that. We don't have anything to do with setting those numbers.
All right, thank you so much, Kevin, you and your team. Aaron, appreciate all your great work. As we applaud Kevin and Aaron and their teams, just know that it shows the importance of the people, investing in the people who are doing the work on behalf of the city. So we're gonna just take a break if you need one, but I want to keep going through with the presentation because we're running short on time. So Chad, investing in people, work where you are valued. Share with the council what we're doing on that front, please.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Be happy to. First off, before I do get started, I just wanted to say this is what we're going to talk about is really a team effort. But of course, I just wanted to introduce a couple people. Civil service with Melissa Foster. We've already talked about Christine Stickler and the great work her benefits team has done. But I also wanted to introduce Betsy Cunningham, who is our HR manager. Recently here, HR manager, and Mary Margaret Murray, who's the deputy director back there as well. Okay, you can go to the next slide. Before we move forward to what's the future, just do want to take a step back a little bit. Some of these things have been talked about, but on day one, you know, when this administration got in office, we knew that we were going to have some challenges. You know, we talked about the budget. 61% of our budget is people. So why is that? The last real compensation study that we had done that included general government was done in 2008. That is a very long time to go between compensation studies. So that was an issue. We didn't really have a compensation strategy that we are continuing to work on, and we'll be putting that together here as we go through the next year or two. We also didn't have an HR department. Most places of business have an HR department. We had civil service that did a lot of these tasks, but really just not performing those robust functions. Then we had this thing called COVID. I think everybody heard of that by now. And what that really did, though, was the effect that it had on the job market. A lot of people left the workforce and didn't come back, right? So we had a lot of issues with hiring, as we will get into. And all of these things on this list really built together in a negative way. We had low applicant rates and staffing shortages. I know, you know, we've talked about KPD finally getting fully staffed, which is great. Our public service team was almost 50 short at one point, which is about 18 or 19% of our staff. When you start having those issues, it really affects your core services. Obviously, having officers on the street is crucial. You know, getting these core services done, garbage picked up, you know, brush picked up, those things are also really important for our constituents. In addition, you know, we had outdated and some conflicting rules, you know, things like working from home. We've never had to deal with that before, but COVID really made us adapt and change our workforce. We can go to the next one. So what did we do to combat those issues? This administration has really done more for salaries and wages than any other administration. We completed our first comprehensive compensation study in 2022. More important than just doing the study is we adopted the plan. We, thanks to council at that time, and some of you were on it, We did a tax increase, which allowed our employees to get on average an 11% increase. It also formed the step plans for police and fire, which is about a 4.7% increase each year.
And I'll just add that, unlike in times past, we adopted the compensation recommendations all in 1 year, which was a big bump, but it meant that it really helped with retention and recruitment. But appreciate council's support for that. That was something that, like, we made a promise to our employees and we kept it, and they noticed. So thanks, Chad.
We've talked about this already, but employee healthcare costs have remained flat for 12 years. That is amazing. I mean, I'm blessed to have somebody that works for the federal government. Our benefits are better than theirs. It's really amazing what we've been able to do with Christine and her team over the last 12 years. In addition, we continue to do micro studies for police and fire. We made market adjustments ever since we even did that compensation study. And as we'll talk in a minute, these are things that just absolutely have to continue, not only year to year, but administration to administration. We increased the incentive money for advanced DMT, paramedics for KFD, just increased tuition reimbursement, which, investing in our people, that's a way to do that besides just your salary and benefits. Family leave, we now have 8 weeks paid leave. That was something that came into effect just last year. And then starting January 1st, we have paid family gym membership. So any city employee and their families can go to the Y for free. Great benefit. And we also have a new deferred comp program. The old one, we used to match $10 on what we call our 457B, and that was very minimal. So with the work of Christine and our team, now we have a actual deferred compensation match that we match based on your years of service.
Chad, excuse me. I'm sorry, you were looking down. At some point, not today, I don't expect anybody to know it, but a dollar value for all of those benefits would be great per employee, because there's salary and then there's compensation package. And I think it would be important for employees to know all the time, and also for us to understand that. And it's real dollars. And so, thank you.
We do send a letter out to all employees about what their compensation plus benefits are worth total, but we need to share that with council.
Yeah, I was
Are
going to
you
say
about
that
to
too.
tell me?
Every employee gets that every year, which is great.
Well, good.
Christine might have another one.
I never got that in the private sector, so.
Like new employees, we've recently adopted something that FEMA has used, and it's a calculation of fringe benefits. And I just provided it to public service, like how much of the fringe benefits of total compensation. And Rachel, was it 57%?
57%. So people are getting about 50% more than their salary in non-wage taxable benefits.
And the 2024 numbers that we provided, it doesn't include little things, but important things. EAP and the new deferred match, like that's a brand new concept.
Great.
So that's not part of those figures. But.
Well, can I come to work for the city?
Yeah.
So for the record, we don't get all those benefits.
Yeah. All right. And you can go the next one. And yeah, so again, I mean, every department in the city is really, those things that we talked about, has really put forth a lot of effort to improve where we were with those three, HR, civil service, and benefits leading the way. But these are some examples of the changes that we made, and the results really speak for themselves. So the COVID years, you see a huge drop in applications from 2021 to then the 21-22 fiscal year. We went down below 4,000 applications. We've doubled that now. So last fiscal year of 24 and 25, we are at just under 8,000 applications. So the recruiting efforts, the salary changes, everything has made a huge impact on that. On the right, I just picked some positions, public service worker 1 down to police officer 4 and fire officers, captains. Every single position has also seen pretty significant salary increases. On average, that's about a 33% increase. And while those are specific costs to the city, the cost of not doing what we've done would have been that much greater. Again, we need officers on the street. We need our garbage and our brush picked up. Those things are just crucial for our city services. So
I just wanted to pause and dwell on that graph from 2020 to 25. the rate, the salary increases for our employees. I'm glad we're doing it, but if you wonder why our operating budget is up, that's why. I mean, that's part of it. Boyce went over the broad context. These are very specific, but this does, like Chad said, help with recruiting and retention, and churning and having to constantly train and recruit people is very expensive. And then, so reducing that turnover is really beneficial. And people feel like a little love from the city. I mean, this work where you are valued, that's what we're calling it. And we want people to feel that value through benefits, through pay, through recognitions and everything else. So I just did a double take when I saw that. And I think it's something that council should be proud of, because it's our budgets that make that possible.
So moving forward, of course, I mean, again, we've done so much over the past 5 years, but there's still challenges ahead. I've mentioned it already, but compensation has to be studied every 5 years, and we really need to develop a compensation strategy. And that started with the last survey we did in 21, 22. But we really need to do this, every year. We need to do little market adjustments in between, and every 5 years we need to study it very broadly. And what that does is really, it should prevent what happened in 2022, where we have this, huge $1 million thing to increase our salaries to where they need to be. So we really need to study that every year, and then do a major study every 4 to 5.
Yeah, and just so you know, I plan to put money to do this compensation study. It's been 5 years in this next coming budget proposal. So that's what I promised, that's what we promised to employees. And it's complicated. It's not something we can do in-house. We remember, for those of you who've been on council a little while, we hired an expert who does this for cities. And that's what I'm going to propose in this coming budget, to have that happen, because it's been 5 years.
I'm happy to see that, and happy to hear the urgency there, that this needs to be a consistent study that's done. And also want to make the note that comparing not only to fields or other government entities, but since a lot of times these positions can be lost to market, then how to compensate for that. And I know what was just spoken about, those benefits that complement that package, do change that picture, but also just understanding what that market rate is.
Yep. There are still concerns. I'd say everybody in here has heard the word compression. That's a word that happens a lot. This is always a challenge. I love my public service folks, so I'm going to use them as a quick example. Back in 2024, we were really struggling to not only get people in the door, but we are having high turnover. The quality of our applicants wasn't great, and we were paying $15.57 an hour. We raised that to $18. It was something that we had to do because of business reasons. We had to have employees. We could not keep providing the services without them. But what happens is when you raise those bottom folks higher, at a higher rate than you raise the people that are here, we get compression. It's a downside of it, but we are continuing to work. We're working every year to try to make adjustments and fix that. And hopefully, again, this next survey will even take that a step further and fix those issues. Leapfrogging is another thing that happens, is basically compression times 2, right? It's when people that are starting start to be able to make more than the senior employees that are there. So both of these are issues that we are looking at, and we are addressing, and we will continue to look at and address with these future endeavors that we'll be taking on. Retirements in KPD, it's already come up. We got to keep recruiting. We got to keep having academies and starting new academies yearly, and then attracting and developing and retaining talent. That's crucial, and that's what HR has been really working on and focusing on, so we can keep up the good work that we've been doing those last 5 years. These are things that are coming up. Longevity study. So the longevity study is something that it's been $120 a year ever since I've been here, and probably since the 90s. That $120 doesn't mean a whole lot, so we are studying that. That will actually be a contract that will be coming to you all in March to City Council. So just a study to study the longevity. We're now part of the Harvard Bloomberg Talent Program. So this is something that really, again, try to keep and retain our good employees. We mentioned KFD is doing a strategic plan. That is underway as well. Technology upgrades. Mark Parker and his team are currently in an Oracle upgrade, which will really change the way that we do anything from applications to even our employees being able to get online themselves and see work-related information. So really big upgrade there.
Just a shout out to Mark and the team.
Yeah.
I know that's nonstop fun, updating Oracle, but it'll be worth it in the long run. So thank you for all your hard work on that.
I appreciate the publicity. Yeah. Mark will need a vacation in April, but not before then. Too much work to do. Yeah, and then a couple things that, again, should never stop is the annual salary benchmarking. We just can't go, in the 5-year compensation study, you can't go 12 years without having a major study and expect the cost not to be high. So doing these things every year, year in and year out, will really help keep compensation where it needs to be. Yeah. The last slide is just about, the mayor just mentioned it, work where you're valued. This is just, I can't find my last paper actually, but this is just our new tagline. We are really trying to make sure the city, we have good compensation, great benefits, and really just promote ourselves as to work where we are valued. We really want to be the prime employer for the region and for the area. And again, the way we have our fantastic benefits, we are doing that already. It's great that we now have a landing page. If you go to the city's website, you actually have a full landing page that talks about all the benefits and why you should work for the city. So
Yeah, and I just want to give a shout out to comms and all of those departments for working together, because all too often I would talk to employees and they didn't always realize the benefits that were made available to them, either that they already had but weren't necessarily taking advantage of, or that sort of thing. So this, if you click on that link, obviously employees have access to that, but anyone can see why we value you and what a great place this is to work. So kudos to everybody for making that a little more legible to everyday people who work for us, rather than the HR benefits jargon is sort of simplified.
and hopefully you see that more and more. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chad. We'll move on to Great Spaces and Infrastructure. Rebecca Jane, you could lead the way.
Thank you. I always know I'm going to have between 2 and 20 minutes at the end of the day. So we'll see where we land. But you all heard it from Boyce. Knoxville is the place to be, the place to live. We're making the lists from keeping people that want to live here to attracting new residents. Urban design and development is, of course, here for the challenge. We focus on engagement, placemaking, and creating strategic partnerships to preserve and enhance what's important to our city as we grow. We've shared our mapping tool and our key development priorities with you several times. There's a QR code in case you want to snag that now and look at that all weekend long. The mapping tool is fantastic, and we thank our partners at Knox Planning for helping us to put into a graphic representation what you see on the right, which is our key development priorities. So these key development priorities are a list of what's important to us as we grow. They're pretty broad, but they're broad, they're flexible, but they're also specific and strategic. So how we can be transparent and consistent in our approach when we talk to people that are interested in investing in Knoxville to help us realize the types of projects that are important to us. So all that small font, some of the things on that list say invest in mixed-use developments, invest along corridors, invest along existing public transportation lines, and invest along corridors that have recent city infrastructure. And of course, some of the bigger areas you see there are our redevelopment areas. You hear us talk about redevelopment areas often. They are the areas that we are focused on bringing partnerships to life to bring housing, mixed use, and development along corridors to life. David's still clicking, thank you. One of our partners is KCDC, so Ben is going to go over a few of our projects, and we will reflect on a few of our successes and a preview of some of the next steps to come.
Yeah, thanks. I think I've got this on. Is it working? Yep. All right, cool. So 3 projects we're going to hit on. That's a great picture. Honestly, former Secretary of Energy in the Biden administration. Yeah. So we were touring Western early on, and I want to highlight all 3 of these projects. The real emphasis was upfront feedback from residents. The reason that they've all been able to be successful was the engagement that the city and KCDC put into these processes. So Western Heights, thank you, Mayor and Council, for your continued partnership in that project. It's going to end up being a $26.5 million investment. We thought it was going to be a $220 million price tag in about 2022 when we started it. It's going to be a little higher than that based on Boyce's projections, but we're in a good place there. We have obviously cut the ribbon on the first phase of mixed income housing at that site and are working toward the second phase, which includes not only mixed income housing, but also partnership with KPD in terms of a substation. There's a UT medical clinic, and there are many other sort of entrepreneurial bent spaces where residents are going to be able to build, grow businesses, food-based businesses, and some other things as well within the neighborhood center, as well as a city park. So this type of placemaking, this is one example where KCDC is leading the next 3 I'm talking about, and UDD's in supporting role, but that role flips a whole lot. So any questions on transforming Western? I know y'all are hopefully read in on the project, but it's
just to clarify, it's 220 plus million overall project, and the city's contribution is 26.5 that we've been doing, 4, 5, 6 million a year. For the past 4 or 5 years. We've got a few more years to go to fulfill our commitment, but it's great to see it moving forward.
Yeah, and just highlighting, we could build the housing without that investment, just basic housing. But in order to create a community and places, social places for people to connect, safe spaces, sidewalks, new infrastructure, we could not do that without the continued partnership. So thank you. First Creek at Austin, one of the processes that we're more on the tail end of. So we've created 450 units, mixed income. This was originally a 23-acre public housing site. 129 units were there right before redevelopment. And now we sit at about 450 units mixed income. The addition of supportive housing for elderly. I don't define elderly under HUD, but it's 62 and older. And, so you've got intergenerational housing, you've got mixed income housing in a great location that's walkable to schools. I'm sorry, Charles, I didn't mean to shoot.
I was wondering if I could move in.
You are absolutely welcome. Yeah. Well, and anybody that attended the ribbon cutting on phase 3, it's beautiful. So I hope that it is a place that would offer dignity to anybody that wants to live there. That is the reason that we build the way we're building now, both from a mixed income perspective and just the quality of the construction. We do have a few more investments in terms of neighborhood infrastructure, connectivity. When we were going through the resident process back in 2019 and 20, the planning process, residents said, they talked about it as the cut. It's the area along First Creek that went from Austin Homes back to the old city into downtown. And preservation of that as a major, we know 50% of our residents don't own cars, a major walking area back to and from jobs and entertainment was huge. So we're working once again with the city's investment to make a well-lit, safe greenway and open space there that'll connect back toward Covenant Health Park and then ultimately to the old city and downtown. Pretty amazing. Once again, placemaking and trying to create connected communities, not just isolated, affordable housing. Does that make sense? Y'all with me? Yep. All right, cool. And then the final one I'm going to touch on, St. Mary's. Charles was born there in 1929. Sorry, all right. I get us off track every time. No.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
That's my kids were.
There you are. And you're being held by those nurses.
Carter?
Oh, you must have been like the last one.
The last baby. We've got the first baby and the last baby. Okay. But
HR's available.
This really does shockingly touch on the importance of public process, though. We did hear from the community that has so much emotional connection to the site, to the historic building, and they wanted to see it preserved. One of y'all, that anybody that's done preservation, I know that Councilman Honeycutt can speak to that very recently. It's challenging work, and so we've been working with developers to finish the final piece of the site. We've also been working with Councilman Thomas. The Oakwood Lincoln Park neighborhood has been very engaged to help us get appropriate zoning on the site and to bring development proposals that not only preserve the building, but most importantly, create community and open space that can be shared amongst the new housing development and neighbors that currently live there. So that's where we're at right now. I think in the next 12 months, we will have, hopefully, assuming the process continues to go well, a project that'll be rolled out and we'll break ground on that site, really culminating a huge investment from the city.
Yes, yeah, we're really proud of our public safety complex, and having the housing there is going to be great. Before we change the slide, you see that big tower there? That's where anyone who can is meeting with LMU to get a tour of the facility. They have an agenda. I'll share that with you when we leave. He just FYI, he expects us there no later than 2 is what he hopes. So just that building right there. Yeah, well, I'm just passing along the message. That's right. Back to RJ. Ben, thank you so much. We're very grateful for KCDC's partnership and development expertise. All the work that you and RJ's team do together is fantastic. And the envy of a lot of cities, communities around the country. We're making a lot of progress here. And the partnerships and collaboration is basically the way we do it. It's not just the city alone, ever. So RJ, you're
Great.
back
Thank
to you.
As we have the opportunity to transition some of these spaces that have higher and better use, we need parking, for example, with the downtown former McClung warehouse site. What else can that be that better serves our community? And, like Ben said, physical connectivity and the strength of community relationships are key to the social and economic health of our city. So how can we work together to listen to residents, take into account what is important to them in their daily lives, and combine that with what works in the market to create master plans and engage with the private development community to help the city bring to life projects that are meaningful for Knoxville. So what that means is, how do we incorporate connectivity like greenways? How do we create walkability? How do we create workforce housing components into projects so everything isn't market rate? We have that affordability across all of our projects in different unit mixes. And I think we can go ahead and jump to the next slide. The South Waterfront Downriver Master Plan is another opportunity to see a former industrial land use transition into something that's more meaningful as Knoxville grows. This has been a really long community engagement process, but it's taken many different shapes. So beginning in 2004 with the South Waterfront Vision Plan, and all up until we received the grant for the pedestrian bridge, where we created an advisory and advocacy group to help us envision what this waterfront site at the pedestrian bridge landing could be that's meaningful for the residents who live nearby, but also for the context of a growing city. So this project will follow in the same footsteps as the McClung process did. We created a master plan, and we will engage with the private development community on how they can help us achieve our goals as a community with housing, public space, and connectivity. And some successes. I know that I've got some excited people in the room for a new season at Augusta Quarry. Ben Epperson joined us last year as we opened Augusta Quarry, and if you haven't been, please go and join Ben this summer. He does a great job helping us program and invite people to the quarry. Augusta Quarry is, I know some of you, Charles, I don't know if it was cool to go and break in there when you were growing up, but I know several of us across our Lifetimes here in Knoxville, Augusta Quarry has been a place to go or not go. Now it's certainly a place where we're inviting you to experience a safe and really high quality design space that's an invitation to families and individuals to come and have a great time. This picture on the bottom right, those are our polar plungers. That was taken just last week. So we want people out there year round, really having a great time and being safe at the quarry. And so thanks to Ben for helping us have a great successful first season, and I think Rachel left because she's stressed about this next season about to come. I'm just kidding. But we have a lot of great partnerships across all of our departments to make these things happen. David's telling me to move along, but we just opened Urban Wilderness Gateway Park, so another great story of community engagement, community-driven involvement that really started as a grassroots effort to bring to life an amazing asset for our community and for visitors. Just a few insights to some of the community engagement we've done. A lot of different ways to engage with people across all age groups at workshops, meetings around the table. You can see how we collect data and we do an analysis on what does this mean for the project. We don't just have a meeting, throw the sticky notes aside. We really dive in to see what does this mean for the project and how can we take this input and turn it into real results. These are some more of the fun things that we've done to get people out and excited about projects. So a lot of community engagement still to come on a lot of great projects. Soon you'll see some more community engagements for some of our East Knoxville projects and our downtown projects at Chilhowie Park and Hill Avenue. So we look forward to having everybody join us. Last but not least, our Parks and Recreation team. Angie and Aaron are here. We have been working on public engagement for the last year to re-envision our Parks Master Plan. This helps us know where we need some of our park and recreation access, how we can be better connected and accessible, and also, kind of most importantly, how can we access better funding opportunities through grants? So if you haven't shared your feedback, there's our websites here. My QR code disappeared, but I can send that to you if you would like it. And we are looking forward to the insights that master plan will reveal for our community.
And I'd encourage council members to please share the draft master plan with your constituents and people who you engage with, because we want their input too. Karen?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to RJ and Ben, the whole team, because I've been able to see firsthand in terms of the Downriver Master Plan, that engagement process from the beginning. And at the point, midway through, where all of a sudden you could start to see the community's input in those plans and see the community respond to, hey, that's my comment, or I see how that was what I said last month, and here it is represented on the new ideas. So I really see the power there in that community engagement. But also want to recognize that work for all of the projects that have come in the past and where the city is headed now, like we really are. I think the mayor was saying that TIFs and pilots used to be at longer time spans and now they're shorter. Like we're at this different point where this office is fielding different requests from outside parties interested in projects. And I'm really excited about the opportunities ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Thank you, RJ. We've got a lot of things going on, and as our time comes to an end of this retreat, these are some map that you all can look at when you have time to cover a bunch of capital investments and infrastructure that we don't have time to delve into today. This shows our Vision Zero investments, road paving, bridges, bike and pedestrian infrastructure, sidewalk repairs, stormwater investments, curbs, streetlights, signage, basically a lot of stuff under Tom Clavo and the engineering department. There's a lot of investments, a lot of projects in the works. And again, we don't have time to go into all of that, but it's up there and we can, answer questions as they come up throughout the year. These are infrastructure is an important part of what we do, an important part of our budget. And our engineering teams are very, very busy, right, Tom? They got a lot going on. And when it's working well, nobody notices. And when there are issues, then we hear about it. And so we're trying to always stay ahead of that as our resources allow. So let's move on to the something we wanted to share. When you all came in the door today, we asked everybody, city council members and also the other people in the room, to share one word, and I know it's an impossible task, but if you had to pick just one word to reflect a value that you think that helps you decide how to make this, guide your decisions as you help lead the city. And so we thought we'd take that input and put it into a word cloud here. And so here are the results. Integrity was number one, which is very encouraging. Obviously, you can see honesty, integrity. There's some synonyms there: empathy, caring, customers. I like that. Respect. So just thought this would be a helpful exercise. And it just, to me, speaks to the notion that while I think we have a lot of shared values, We're all here to serve our city. Our elected officials are, but also our city leaders are. Sometimes we have disagreements over the ranking of priorities or the scale and amount of money we can invest in these, but we all are here for the same reason: to make Knoxville better, to make life better for the people who live here. And I love all these words. Any comments or thoughts from council members or questions about the presentation or next steps? We do need to, anyone who can, wants that tour of the dental facility. We have Mr. Honeycutt.
I just want to thank everyone for your time and attention. This has been incredibly educational, but it's just always so rewarding to see all of the hard work that everyone in this room, and we'll be able to carry that message out in our community. But just know that, I think I speak for all of us when we say thank you, and you have our appreciation.
Thank you. You guys are the hardest working council, and you do great stuff, and we'll continue the conversation at LMU and the rest of the year. So, okay.